First time on Racer TV. It was 3 races in and 3 different winners as we rolled into Camp Coker looking for the possibility of a 4th different winner for the 2019 season. However, Caleb Russell, who had already suffered 2 defeats in the season, decided it was time to win another. Off to another great start, Russell battled the entire field from the early rain and mud to the grueling sand and whoops that would take these riders on a 3-hour tour of finding out who had the best conditioning. In the end, it was Caleb Russell capturing his 2nd win. Will we have another repeat winner in 2019, or is there a new hat to be thrown in the ring? Stick around, GNCC Live is next. Baylor making his way around, taking the checker flag and winning.
Brad Duvall will make it 2 years in a row at the FMS Mill Creek GNCC. Caleb Russell will hold him off to making his 2nd win in 2019 and back-to-back here at Camp Coker.
Hello and welcome to the Amsoil Grand National Cross Country Series presented by Specialized, an AMA National Championship. Alicia, we're here in Peru, Indiana for round number 5 that's for the Yamaha Racing X Factor. This place is kind of always a toss-up. We don't know if it's going to be rough conditions, good conditions. I think today we might be in for a little bit of both. It could play favoring some people's part and it might hurt other people, but time will tell. But first of all, let's talk about a little bit what happened in Camp Coker 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago, Camp Coker, it was quite the race between Caleb and Zad. I think they were wheel to wheel the whole race. Those boys came off the track and they looked like they laid it all out in the line. It was, awesome to see. They really put a lot into it. In 3rd place, we had Stu. He's working really hard too. I know he wants to be battling up front.
Yeah, Stu, I think Stu put in a really good race 3 weeks ago. He ran actually a couple seconds off of the front guys, but he kept the pace all day long and was almost there at the finish line. So expect good things out of him today at a tough track like this. As far as XC2 goes, Ben Kelly, I believe with his 4th win of the season, makes him 4 for 4. I'm sure he's coming into today's race hoping for his 5th win. 2nd place, Mike Wachowski, return podium finisher. He's been having a great year this year. And 3rd place in the XC2 class, first time this year, Austin Lee on the Phoenix Honda. So it's big news for him, and I'm sure he's eager to get back up there.
And in XC3, we had Jesse Ansley come away with another win of the season. He's killing it this year.
Yeah.
It'll be great to see today.
He sure is. We got some good battles in that XC3 class. That's it for us here. Let's head on down to Bolton for a track description.
Thanks, guys. We're back here at the X Factor GNCC for this weekend's Yamaha track description. Big news of the week, it's been raining on and off all throughout the week here in Indiana. And I think everybody knows it's going to be a little bit muddy. But what everybody doesn't know is out in the woods, once you dig down just a little bit, there's some dry dirt to be found. As the weekend wears on, we're going to find better and better conditions, and it's really not going to be as bad as we saw here a few years ago. The fields are still wet, so there's definitely going to be that muddy factor to it. But overall, this is not the full-blown mudder people were expecting coming into the weekend. It's going to be a great weekend of racing. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Bolton. Let's throw it down to Rodney at the starting line.
Well, there you go, folks. The stage is set, and GNCC racing about to resume here in Peru, Indiana at the X Factor Whitetails GNCC, my friends. And, of course, a beautiful sunshiny day on tap as we roll into round number 5. It's Cinco de Mayo on the calendar, if you will, May 5th. We're calling this round 5. Cinco de GNCCO here in the heartland of America and Indiana, of course, and one of the top IXCR riders and riders from out of the great state of Indiana. He's housed right here on row number 2 in our XC2 Pro class. It's Mike Witkowski. And Mike, I tell you, buddy, we've had a great start to the season so far for you. You've ran up front. We've seen you battling for those wins, and I know today here in your home state, you're really hoping to take home some big points.
Yeah, definitely. I just want to go out and have fun and pick good lines and, yeah, just show what I can do and just run up front and get another podium.
Well, I'll tell you what, beautiful weather for it. What do you think about this month? Are you ready for it?
Yeah, weather's awesome. All the hometown fans are out. And, yeah, it's looking to have fun.
Well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
That's Mike Witkowski, XC2 Pro-Am, or Pro Class on that second row. And, of course, we've got the XC1 Pro Class. It's time to meet them. And let's take a look at our starting lineup for this, the Yamaha X Factor GNCC. Rolling to the line first today aboard the number 1. Hailing from Boonville, North Carolina on an FMF KTM Factory Racing KTM, Caleb Russell. Rolling out next, he rides aboard the number 989 from Williamstown, West Virginia. He's got one win on the season so far on the Rockstar Energy Factory Husqvarna Racing Husky, Thad Duval. Rolling to the line third today with a season-opening win. He hails from Hodges, South Carolina on the 514 Teely Energy Racing KTM, Stu Baylor. Rolling to the line next, fourth in points aboard the 739 from Morganton, North Carolina on the Rockstar Energy Factory Husqvarna Racing Husky, Trevor Bollinger. Up next, a former GNCC champion from Australia on the 114 Babbitt's Online Kawasaki Monster Energy Back Cowie, Josh Strang. His teammate riding aboard the 127, currently ranked 6th in points from Livingston, Tennessee on a Babbitt's Online Monster Energy Kawasaki, Jordan Ashburn. The XC1 class rookie riding aboard the number 206, a former XC2 Pro class champion from Winston, Connecticut on an FMF KTM Factory Racing KTM, Josh Toad. Up next aboard the 410, 8th in points from Birdsboro, Pennsylvania on a Phoenix Racing Honda, Andrew DeLong. Aboard the 121, featured on the event t-shirt this weekend from Logan, Ohio, backed by Husqvarna, Corey Buttrick. And making his way back after early, late season, off-season training incident, the number 212 from Duval, Washington on an Ampro Yamaha. He's rough, he's rowdy, Ricky Russell. And, of course, welcoming back as well since the last time we saw him in Indiana aboard the number 314 from Belton, South Carolina, Teely Energy Racing KTM ride, a Grizzly Grant Baylor. And that, my friends, your starting lineup for this, the Yamaha X Factor Whitetails GNCC. It is round 5 of this Premier Off-Road Racing Championship in the world-renowned Amsoil GNC. Specialized E-Turbo bikes. It's you, only faster. And, of course, our presenting sponsor saying thanks to Specialized and a great partner. And we'll resume our EMTB GNCC series in 2 weeks when we roll into the John Penton GNCC. So I'll tell you, folks, a lot of excitement in the air for that. A lot of excitement in the air for today as you watched yesterday's ATV race here on RacerTV.com. You know the conditions were not the most favorable. Still maybe not the most favorable, a far cry better than what we were looking at just 24 hours ago when those ATV pilots took off onto this starting line. And, of course, as we get set to roll here on a Sunday, the two-wheelers ready to tackle it. We've already had two great races, our youth racing this morning, and, of course, our 11 o'clock race featuring our WXC class. And what a whale of a battle we had going on there all day today, well, for 2 hours anyway. And it all will culminate to this right here, the final race of the weekend, as we are 1 minute away, 1 minute, according to Ricky Towery, from getting this Yamaha X Factor GNCC underway. And all attention now turning to Ricky Towery as things start to get serious here in the nation. And all eyes looking into that first turn as Ricky Towery gets set to let these riders know, shut them down, shut them down, shut them down, shut them down. It's about time to go, my folks. And I gotta look around here and see that we got a nice, healthy IXCR Indiana crowd. And I gotta ask you guys, are you ready to go GNCC racing? Well, that's pretty good, but I got to tell you, we had half the crowd for the ATVs yesterday, and they were pretty loud, so I'm going to ask you one more time. Indiana, are you ready to go GNCC racing? 10 seconds. And row number one, the XC1 Pro, will be off and rolling at our Yamaha X Factor GNCC. All riders bunched up on the inside, trying to grab dry dirt. And it's Ricky Russell, the rough and rowdy one from Washington in the Am-Pro Yamaha, grabbing the early lead. Josh Toth back in third, and that's one of our Babbitt's Kawasaki's running in the number 2 spot right now as we go to the XC2 250 Pro class. Greg DeLong, Ryder Lafferty, Austin Lee, Liam Draper, Philip Cheney, Mike Witkowski, Ben Parsons, Alex Teagarden, Evan Smith, Brewer Colley, JoJo Bowden, also Tegan Temple, Benjamin Kelly, Matthew Kiefer, Samuel Evans, Zach Hayes, and Jonathan Johnson. 10 seconds. A mad dash to the first turn. Clicking through the gears, and it's Indiana's Mike Witkowski grabbing the early lead. Witkowski out of North Liberty, Indiana, on a Beta USA factory team, getting the early lead, trying to set the stage early as we go to the FMF XC3 125 Pro-Am class. Joe Marsh, Michael Beeler Jr., Chase Colville, Jesse Ansley, Talon Sokenson, Anthony Federico, and Cody Barnes all ready to roll in 10 seconds. Oh, the sweet sing of the two strokes as they roll into that first turn, and Jesse Ansley pops out first with about a 5 big, maybe more than that, bike length lead out over the 99 of Cody Barnes, but looks like Jesse Ansley, FMF Max's RPM KTM Racing Team sponsor. Got our 250H coming up next. Simon Johnson, Chase Hayes, Ryder LeBlanc, 10 seconds. Michael DeLosa, Robert Whitlock, Brody Johnson, Matthew Davis, Benjamin Wright, R.J. Cook, Brendan Poling, Trevor Getz, Cole Whitmer, Dakota DeVore, Andrew Gross, Paul Petra, Tristan Lander, Bryce Coster, and Cody Ayla, all making their way around that first turn now. Sorting it out. Oh, heading for the stripe. 7-13. Cody Ayla out of Martinsville, Indiana on the KTM, grabbing the early lead in this one. Folks, we may see dust on this start before this start is complete. Open A coming up next. Nick O'Brien, Levi Keller, Joshua Lee, James Murphy, Evan Earl, Jeremy Lanthier, Zach Hugel, Matthew McDonald, Brady Myers, Tyler Ford, Coke Packard. 10 seconds. Dayton Webb and Jake Hines. Yamaha pilot, 8:21. Or 4:35. How about Walker, West Virginia's Brady Myers on a Lemon Barrage Power Sports Kinda Tire 989 racing bag machine. 200A. Coming up next, Sean Myers, Zachary Davidson, Ryland Frank, also Dominic Morris, Max Fernandez, Logan Kiddick, and Elliott Key in 10 seconds. By the way, Elliott Key visiting us here today is a top trials rider, national trials champion, if I'm not mistaken, and part of that Beta USA team right now as we kick off the 208 class. It's the 199, and that is Zachary Davidson from Iron Station, North Carolina on the Husky USA Dunlop Fly and Chad Davis racing bag machine as we go to the 4-stroke A lights class now. Tyler Soriano, Travis Reynaud, Russell Smith, Alex Lugar. 10 seconds. Joshua Guffey, Johnny Manera, also Nathan Rector, Grady Frank, Ian Flynn, Tanner Cowart, Nicholas Haynes, Mitchell Owenby, Frederick Blewin, Tyler Sylvia, and Trevor Maley off and rolling. See who's going to grab that early lead. We see 117 on the machine, or 717, I guess that is. At 771, Trevor Maley from North Canton, Ohio on a Coppersmith Husqvarna Oline Suspension Atlas Brace Technologies bag machine as we go to the Junior AB 25 Plus class. Andrew Boggs, Jacob Chrisman, Andrew Matusik, Matt Bruffy, Landon Smith, Dylan Gnarl, also Joseph McCarty and Jesse Kildo. 10 seconds. I think that's Dylan Narrow, the 411. Let's look at that helmet number. Yes, 411, Dylan Narrow out of Wisconsin Rapids, Wisconsin, on a Narelli Racing Larson Cycle Black Diamond MX bag machine. The Van A30 Plus class, Sam Forrester, Louis Oline, McQuay Gomez, also Surly Amancio, Tyler Martin, Luenzo Sanchez, Joshua Wyatt, Buddy Barnes, Michael Manuel, Steve Lambruno, Kyle Dangler, Matt Modic, Bills of India, and Sean Craver in 10 seconds. Wow, FMF's Kyle Dangler's feeling the power today, my friends. FMF to get in the hole shot here today. Kyle Dangler from Mount Pleasant, Tennessee. And if that don't prove FMF power, I don't know what will. Senior 840 Plus, Frank Messina, Shotgun, Sean Remington, our moto hero, Frank Tussle, Gregory Richardson, Joel Stoles, also Josh Hackett, Jeff Hooster, Jeremy Decker, Bo Hamlet, Larry Sylvia, and Jason Stickley in 10 seconds. And they're off. Frank Messina gets a great jump. Oh, look at that, grabbing traction. And nearly saw the bike shoot out from under him. And Frank Messina out of that first turn into turn 2. He's got about a 5 bike length lead, and the early one in this one. Out of Campbell Hall, Kentucky, brought to you by P27 Off-Road Trail Jesters Racing in Tucker Rocky. Up next is the Vet B30 Plus class. Larry Hopper, Kyle Madison, Grant Fluelling, Gary Bissang, William O'Brien, Sam Bishop. 10 seconds. Ernie Martin, Matthew Adams, Joe Pitts, Drew Gorey, Jared Schuster, Joshua Webb, and Chad Myers. Well, 334. It's a Honda. Let's see what it says on his helmet tag. It's 354. Kyle Madison, maybe? Taking the early lead in this one as we go. Open B class now. 10 seconds. Matt Sollerton, Peyton Harden, also Michael Davis, Brendan Bishop, Brian Shell, Joseph Broughton, Jared Moran, Nicole Pont, Zachary Sanders, Michael Modic, Aaron Waldrop, Jared Messer, Drew Norris, and Sam Peak. Oh, man. I've seen a lot of different guys inching toward the front of the pack, but finally the 222 of Peyton Harding, or Hardin, I should say, out of Stamping, Kentucky, on a Trigger Concepts Fly Racing FMF KTM, grabs the lead in that open B class. As we turn attention now down to the senior B40 plus class with Gene Swidwa, Wes Morris, Leon Whitaker, Frank DeFeo, Igor Soraz, Jason Wilson, Peter Hicks. 10 seconds. Jeffrey Harms, Adam Miller, Mike Horwat, Darren Darmos, and Scott Matheny. See if we can get the number on this one. 139. That's Wes Morris from Fraser's Bottom, West Virginia, on an AOMC Biggie Smalls Racing backed ride. Four-stroke beaten lines: Alexander Patterson, Bryce Alcar, Alec Ivey, Daniel Reddick, Tyler Palmer, Hunter Cleveland, Tyler Daniels, and Reed Day in 10 seconds. Well, down the stretch they go, as they say in the Kentucky Derby. No touching this time. It's the 409. 408, Tyler Palmer from Denver, North Carolina, on a Husqvarna. Say one thing about the Kentucky Derby. Hey, here at GNCC, Rubbins Racing. 250P coming up next. Kyle Pressmont, Garrett Gorbister, Austin Hobatter, Philip Dagnanes. 10 seconds. Warren Friend, Gatlin Combs, James McIlvain, Sam Hall, Alan Notling, also Dylan Gore, Bradley Chapman, and Jesse Groves. Around that first turn, and it's going to be the 189, Garrett Orbister from Stockbridge, Georgia, on a Mountain Motorsports Flow Vision Dunlop back ride. And 200B class coming up next. We got riders like Tanner Collins, Noah Haynes, Colby Dunham, Ezra Judd, Patrick Murray, and Zach Zimbrodi. Thumb Bourdais. 10 seconds. $200B off and rolling now. Well, 59 on the machine. That might be Patrick Murray from Chester, West Virginia at the GNCC 459. But no, it's 404 out front now. That's Tanner Collins from Crooksville, Ohio, on a Bonsai Suspension 6's Lawn Care Kenda and Dirt Prodigies back KTM. Well, folks, that's going to wrap up our start here as we roll into this first lap and first moments of a 3-hour race here at the Yamaha X Factor GNCC. And of course, Caleb Russell looking to, well, maybe finally win one here at the X Factor and get his third win of the season. But a host of other riders are also chomping at the bit and want the center of that box. Who's it going to be? We'll know in about 3 hours. Stick around. GNCC Live continues after this.
Consistent clutch feel is vital to effective starts or to confidently maneuver around obstacles on the trail. AMSOIL synthetic dirt bike oil was subjected to an extreme simulated start test. After 32 simulated race starts, AMSOIL synthetic dirt bike oil continued to deliver consistent clutch feel, and the clutch plates remain clean with no visible wear. The competitor's oil, however, allowed discoloration and significant wear after just 16 starts. AMSOIL synthetic dirt bike oil. Give your bike the protection it needs.
speed has its price. Fortunately, it's super affordable. The Specialized Speed into Spring Sale with up to 40% off March 15th through 31st. The faster you visit your local Specialized dealer, the faster you ride.
The all-new Yamaha Wolverine X2. With a compact chassis perfect for exploring tight technical terrain. An ultra-quiet and smooth 850 class twin-cylinder engine. And next-level versatility with a 600-pound dumping cargo bed. No other side-by-side delivers this level of proven off-road performance. The all-new Wolverine X2 from Yamaha.
What is your passion? Hitting the perfect line, finding the perfect trail, routing the perfect adventure, or just living and breathing the moto life? Do you feel pride for a job well done after tackling a late night in the shop? Do you enjoy time spent with friends and family in the great outdoors? Spanning over 3 decades, one name has taken the lead for supplying the best powersport parts, accessories, and apparel to fuel your passion. One name that knows it goes beyond getting you the best prices, quickest shipping, or largest selection. One name that builds and innovates for our industry. One name that teaches, helps, and supports our fellow riders, racers, and organizations. We are Rocky Mountain ATV MC. We have transformed a team of moto enthusiasts into a powerful teaching team to ensure that you make the best purchasing decision with your hard-earned cash. We build communities with fellow riders to provide you with all you need to make a good decision. See customer photos, reviews, Q&As, and more while you're on our easy-to-use website. Need help fast? Live chat with our specialists, email, or drop us a line. Visit us today and experience the best in OEM and aftermarket parts, accessories, apparel, and industry-leading information. We offer lightning-quick shipping, free on orders over $75, a huge inventory, free apparel exchanges both ways, and customer service that leaves all others behind. Experience one name that leads all others. Rocky Mountain ATV MC. Get ready.
Born of family values and a homegrown work ethic, Cometic Gaskets seals your machine so you can focus on the finish line. Cometic Gaskets are the competitive standard for racers who demand the very best. Cometic Gaskets are constructed from superior materials designed to perform in the most demanding environment, whether it's championships on the line or a day in the dirt with friends. Professionals and enthusiasts depend on Cometic. Cometic Gaskets, sealing championships since 1989.
This Racer TV broadcast is brought to you by AMSOIL, the first in synthetics. Specialized Turbo e-bikes. It's you, only faster. And by Rocky Mountain ATV MC. Get ready. And welcome back to GNCC Live on RacerTV.com. Rodney Tomlin along with you as we come to you from Peru, Indiana at the X Factor Whitetails Hunting Preserve for this X Factor GNCC. And, of course, want to take this opportunity to say a special thanks to our good friends at Yamaha. Rev your heart. And, of course, Yamaha does exactly that. And we certainly are looking for a great day of racing today. Will Yamaha come out on top? Well, there's only one way to find out. Stick around here to see. But before you do that, also stick around for this, as we had a chance to catch up with all of our riders to find out what they were thinking heading into this year's X Factor Whitetails GNCC.
Honestly, the track is nothing like I expected, so
With the conditions and everything, we really couldn't ask for a better day for like the heat and the sun's out and the woods are tacking up pretty good. So I think it should be a good day.
I'm thinking today with the slower track being technical and rutted out and slow, it's going to be a lot better for me than a fast track, rough and somewhere where it's going to be not going to take a lot of hard hits today, I don't believe. So, it'll be a slower paced race and more my style for sure. And, looks like there's going to be a lot of lines out there. The track's just getting wider because it's so rutted out, and it looks like it's going to be a track for me. I love it when it gets a lot of lines and the track just gets wider and wider with the ruts. And I've always been really, really good at finding the straightest line from corner to corner. So yeah, I'm ready for it.
I think it'll turn out to be decent. I think it's going to be slippery and there's going to be mud holes like everyone said, but a lot better than yesterday's conditions, I think. So it should be good. Yeah, and looking out in the woods there, it's got even the minis and the morning race have already cut down a long way through the dirt. I think the dirt's just so soft. I don't know if it's that tacky. It's just really soft. So I think by the time we get out there, the rut's going to be deep and line selection is going to be good. Is going to be key. So I think the first lap, not getting stuck is important, and then not necessarily following people, but just keeping an eye out and watching for new lines to develop, because they will. This track, the brush hasn't grown up yet for the summer, so it's still fairly open out there, and I think there'll be a lot of new lines created throughout the race.
Well, one thing's for sure, these riders certainly feel optimistic about the track conditions today, as we're joined in booth now by Johnny Gallagher. And, of course, Johnny, as we roll through this first lap of racing and get things underway, a pretty exciting start. Ricky Russell, who makes his return to GNCC Racing after, a late off-season injury. And here we are 5 rounds in, and he's been chomping at the bit the last couple of rounds, and he's been wanting to get out there, and he proved it today. He grabbed that Weisco Whole Shot Award, $250, picking up a little extra chump change there for him. Now the big question is, with the conditions and stuff, how's he going to be able to hang out there today, I guess?
Yeah, absolutely. And I had the opportunity to speak with Ricky a little bit yesterday, and he was really looking forward to these conditions. It's one of those days where the mud's kind of heavy, the conditions are unpredictable, it's really slippery underneath, but he was really pumped about it. He was out there checking the track out yesterday and said he was looking forward to today, and I think he was really looking forward to it, because like you said, he was like a shot out of a rocket, grabbed that XC1 Whole Shot and led the way with Caleb Russell in tow there off the start. From what we did see, I don't know if we saw it on screen for those of you watching at home, but we have checked in with the leaders a few times already. Caleb Russell leading the way, and our reports say that he has a 30-second lead.
Wow.
But they will be checking into the finish here. Actually, Rodney, I don't know if your screen is refreshing, but they should be checking into the finish right now.
And actually, we got some riders. Actually, this is from the morning race still, so we'll have to. No, this is the afternoon race, I guess. So we'll check in with that in just a moment. Right now, though, I want to take this opportunity to welcome Dick Burleson with us from Moose Racing, and an 8-time national enduro champion and an avid off-road racer lifetime. Dick, glad to have you, at the GNCC and here at Racer TV, man.
Well, certainly it's my pleasure and my honor and a privilege to be here. I've been with Moose for 25 years, helped get that whole project going, and Moose is absolutely committed to supporting the GNCC series. We got racers, we got our semi all buffed out here, and I wanted to come down, and actually I was originally planning on racing this morning, but I broke my bike last week. So.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, I broke the transmission main shaft in half.
Wow.
Yeah, on a 150. I guess I was bringing it.
Just an animal, man. You're just an animal out there.
So I didn't have a bike to ride, but that's okay, because it's good to go out and see how everybody's doing, and like I say, at Moose we're completely committed to this to the series, and really happy to be here.
Happy to have you, Caleb Russell. You're right. Johnny Gallagher checks in 45 seconds ahead of Thad Duvall at the end of lap number 1. Man on a mission, it looks like. Duvall running in that second place spot. He turned a 21:56, which you would think would be a great lap time, and is. But, man, Caleb Russell's 21:10 right now is just going to be the benchmark, I think, for riders. Josh Toth, who also got off to a solid start out there today, he's running back in the number 3 spot. That's a great place for him. Ricky Russell, still a strong ride for him, as he's running in 4th, only 4 seconds behind Josh Toth, and Toth only 3 3 seconds behind Thad Duvall. So pretty good three-way battle right now for that second place position. Be good to see both Josh Toth and Ricky Russell hang there for a little bit and see what kind of pace they can set here early in the race. And then you've got Trevor Bollinger back there rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, and one rider I'm curious to see exactly where he checks in at as far as his placing after the first lap of racing is complete is Stu Baylor. He was dead last when they crossed the bridge and headed into the woods by me. It was actually the Baylor brothers, last and second to last, so they must have, I don't know if they tangled off the start or if they both just had bad starts, but they were trying to work their way through that XC1 class, so we're curious to see exactly where they check in.
Baylor checks in. Stu checks in the 5:14, 23 seconds back of Trevor Bollinger, so Stu is in the number 6 spot. Andrew DeLong on that Phoenix Racing Honda out of Birdsboro, Pennsylvania. He's running 7th right now. Josh Strang, the 114 Monster Energy Babbitt's Online Kawasaki, is 8th. Jordan Ashburn, his teammate, in 9th. Grizzly Grant Baylor, the baby Grant Baylor, the baby Baylor, his back. This is his first race since Ironman and GNCC won the National Enduro last weekend. His first race back, the 314, running in 10th place. Rather nervous, actually, leading in today. I've never heard that kind of nervousness in his voice. It was kind of cracky. It was shaky, and it was not from being on the mic. It wasn't the fact that it was the fact that he was going racing. Not that he was afraid about going racing. It was like he was excited to get out there.
Of it. Yeah, absolutely.
And here at the Monster Mile, we've already checked in with Caleb Russell. Here comes, I believe that's the 989 of Thad Duvall making his way through now. So that's still about that 45-second gap. The 206 I think we saw there of Josh Toth still on the rear wheels of Thad Duvall as he made his way through that shot there.
Actually, that is Thad Duvall now. Looks like he may have possibly, or I'm sorry,
that's Ricky Russell.
Josh
right?
Toth may have dropped back a little bit there.
Okay, that was Toth, or yeah.
And then Ricky there, I don't know, it's hard to see as they're coming through here.
I thought I saw an orange bike right there.
Well, Toth was in there, but I think that was possibly another rider behind Thad Duvall. But it had to have been Toth because those are the only guys that checked in around that time.
Okay. All right. I know looking for, let's see, Ricky Russell. That could have been the Bollinger and Russell going through there as well for 4th and 5th place.
So here we see that is Stu Baylor right there.
So that would be your 6th place ride.
Yep, and that is someone in moose gear.
Andrew DeLong, I believe.
That could be DeLong there. And there is, okay, so that's what mixed me up. But they're jumping camera shots there, and that is DeLong there in 7th. So that is 6th and 7th. So, yep, the running order remains the same.
So, again, after a lap of racing, we saw that first lap in 21 minutes, basically just under 22.
Yep, and there we see... And there we see, I believe that was Josh Strang there in the 8th place spot. Hard to tell the difference between him and Jordan Ashburn, but I think it was Strang as they came by.
Well, an update just to give you an FYI, Ben Kelly has checked in the XC2 Pro class, and he has currently looking at a 9th place position. Behind him, Tegan Temple, 10 seconds, is looking at a 10th place overall position as we open lap number 1 up.
And there we go. There we see Jordan Ashburn in that 8th place spot, I believe that would be now. So we have had the top, 9th place spot. Now here is Grant Baylor back to racing action, followed by Corey Buttrick on that 121 machine, back on a more familiar white Husqvarna after a couple races as a fill-in rider for that Ampro Yamaha team there. So a little bit different look for Corey today, back in his conventional FXR gear and back on his Husqvarna.
You know, good to see Corey Buttrick back, and unfortunate, the budget wasn't there, I don't think, to keep an extra XC1 rider, but good to see that he's found a way to be out here. Big Kelly right there, he is right there, and he is catching up fast, it looks like.
He is, and I'll tell you what, he was buried in the XC2 pack off the start. He was not anywhere near the front. He was well outside the top 10. There we see Tegan Temple, the second place rider in XC2, rider that really showed some flashes of brilliance through the first 3 rounds and then injured himself, I believe, at round 3 and had to sit out in the last round at round 4 at Camp Cooker. Don't know what the injury was, but it must have been a quick heal because he's back and back up to speed. He was second off the start, and he's hanging there second. Ben Kelly has managed to work his way up and get around, but looks like Tegan Temple might be trying to hang, and boy, these guys have opened up a gap on the rest of that.
Yeah, they have a gap back, 47 seconds to Liam Draper, which Draper, this is good. This is consistently 2 races in a row. We've seen him up in the top 3 of this XC2 class, and that's a good place for that
number 198 to be.
And as you're talking about him, there he is on screen, Liam Draper in the third place spot in that XC2 class.
And that was Evan Smith right behind him on the 347. I believe that's Mike Witkowski we're seeing too, 282.
Yeah, that is Witkowski. You can always recognize him by that super bright helmet he's got right on there, that bright high-vis fly racing helmet, followed by the also returning rider of Craig DeLong there. He's a rider that was missing for several rounds, came back last round, and is still trying to get himself up to speed.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of that, a lot of injuries in the offseason leading into the new year, but finally starting to see those faces back out with us, and I think it's going to change the racing, maybe not as much today, but as these guys get their race legs back in the next couple of rounds when we head to Ohio and New York and places, we may see these guys start to really become a big factor as far as these positions and classes and overalls are concerned.
And I'll tell you what, you really can't say enough about Craig DeLong and just how strong he was coming into the season. I mean, he was, from what I had heard and what I had seen with my own eyes, Craig DeLong was giving, and there is, I believe, our XC3, FMF XC3 class. Wow, that is a terrible line Jesse Ansley took there, but he makes it work and he gets his way through. He is the leader in that FMF XC3 class coming through the Monster Mile. There he is again. These camera shots are back-to-back, so you're not seeing double, you're seeing him again. That is, I believe, Sam Evans, one of our XC2 riders, behind him there. And but back to Craig DeLong there, he was so fast in preseason, he was outrunning Thad Duvall many days at the practice track.
Wow.
So here's a rider that was showing potential to potentially battle for overall podiums. Unfortunately, an injury at the Full Gas Sprint Enduro just a week or maybe 2 weeks it was before the opening round of GNCC, and he had to sit out the first 3 rounds. Last round he was back, not to full strength yet, but trying to race his way up to speed. Cody Barnes, the 99 factory beta rider that we've seen really, he and Jesse Ansley have been having some absolutely torrid battles throughout that FMF XC3 Pro-Am class, and man, it looks like it'll continue again today.
Yeah, and fortunately for Jesse, not so much for Cody, at least in the early part of this race. 40 seconds are already separating the first and second place position. The thing about it is, still early in the race, we might see that tighten up and things get really hairy here in this class, and that's what I anticipate and expect to see happen. Chase Colville aboard the 318 is running third in the FMF XC3 125 Pro-Am class, and Anthony Federico is fourth. He's riding the 399 out of Leesville, South Carolina, and Indianola, Pennsylvania's Joe Marsh, the 39, rounds out the top 5 in XC3 racing.
Yeah, because if you look at the time, they're going to go at least 7 laps.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to decipher there. I know yesterday, Johnny, we were watching lap times, and I don't think there was much difference really between lap 1 and lap 2. Generally, there's a few minutes, but there wasn't that much, I don't think, yesterday for the ATV riders, and I probably don't expect much today.
The way the mileage and the layout of the course worked out, the distance from the finish back to where the start joins in is almost identical to the distance of the pro pits, which is what we kind of ran off the start. So yeah, it would have been within seconds, I would say, in terms of lap times. Now the course did deteriorate a little bit yesterday, so obviously, depending on how you hit lappers, the lap times varied a little bit. But actually, surprisingly, in this morning's 10 a.m. race, we saw the overall leaders and the top WXC riders were getting considerably faster as the race was going. But I got to tell you, Dick, you can bring in on this one. These, when we think Indiana, we think of great dirt, and don't get me wrong, this place has some phenomenal dirt, but something about how wet this place is has really brought like the topsoil to the top that would normally be really great traction, but it's kind of all gotten spun off already, and now we're down to this more kind of a hard pan clay, and I tell you what, this place is slick right now, man.
It's not quite as heavy and slick as Ohio, I don't think, Johnny, but it's certainly got some characteristics that make it difficult to traverse, that's for sure.
I honestly, Rodney, I saw more 10 a.m. riders this morning hit the deck that I did not see coming, and I mean, I'm talking about good riders that, just washing the front end, back end, sliding out.
Yeah.
And I think you're absolutely right that this dirt hypothetically and geographically probably shouldn't be as slick as Ohio clay, and I don't think it is, but I think the difference is it's so deceiving. Looking at the dirt, it looks so good. It looks like there's traction, and in places there is. And then you charge into a corner, you get on the gas, and next thing you know, you're laying on the ground like, what happened, man? So you're expecting Indiana, great dirt, bury the throttle, and, next thing you know, you're on the ground.
Let's take a look at how this race got all underway here just a few moments ago as we take a look at how Ricky Russell got the whole shot out there as the green flag. Yeah, look at that. I mean, he just goes in, threads that needle. Good start there by the 206 of Toth, of course. Josh Strang in there, and there's Caleb Russell. He was right about where he wanted to be, and
he got himself into position early. This is where Caleb makes, I think, up time. Is right here in the early part of the race. He might have gotten a bad start, fifth-place start, but look, he's already up battling for second, and not long he'll be looking for first. Now down to the XC2 class.
Now watch that number 1 machine there, about 5 or 6 from the inside, actually. Boy, I don't know if his bike doesn't fire or what happens, but he was just by the time they got to me at about the half-mile marker, he was far behind mid-pack. So let's see if he doesn't quite get the jump or what exactly happens here. Looks like he came off the line okay. He was right up there. Oh, he had the whole shot.
Well, he blows
wide
Wachowski
there.
got the whole shot, but he was right there within striking distance. I mean, losing a few positions.
Let's see if we can see what happens because, man, he was absolutely buried back. Look, you see he's losing another spot there. So maybe he was just losing them one at a time.
Trying to get his bearings about him and get, I guess, situated in these kinds of soils. And Dick, I know being an 8-time national enduro champion.
Look at this, folks. Trevor Bollinger in the pits, bike torn apart. This is absolute heartbreaker for Trevor Bollinger, a rider that has been battling for podiums, has been battling within the top 5 at every race, and was in a solid points position. They're trying to put the seat back on, so it looks like they may have gotten that machinery fired. Rodney, you want me to head down and see exactly what's going on there?
Head on down to see what's going on there, Johnny G. Looks like they're getting the seat back on. It looks like Trevor is actually about ready to remount that machine and get back into it. But, wow, I know for him this is not something that he wants to see. But I also know for him this might be some incentive to go out there and ride a little over or right there on the edge a little bit and maybe make up a little bit of time and prove to himself a few things that the training has been doing for him.
Yeah, that's one of the things is turning lemon into lemonade. You get all mad, go, scream for like 10 seconds and then just floor it. So a lot of times you can make that lemon into lemonade by channeling that energy towards going and get back up. So he wasn't out that long, I don't think.
No, actually, they probably did a pretty good job. The question is where he left the racetrack at and came to the pits and where he has to go back to.
Yeah.
That will be the big issue, I guess, as much as anything. But all in all, getting back into that race, that's a very important aspect of that, and those are the types of things that keep your championship hopes alive. There's Caleb Russell on screen. I believe this is our FMF PowerPoint out near that 7-mile marker now, and you can see was that Barnes? No, that was not Barnes. I do not believe it was a 99, but different machine than what Cody is riding. But here at the FMF PowerPoint, wow, generally I got to tell you, when we see something online like this, we can often say the camera does not do this hill justice, and looking at this hill right now, it looks like a monster of a hill, a steep hill. So if it's not doing any justice, how steep is this hill really? Bollinger now on his way out of the pits. Dick, I tell you, that hill looks pretty gnarly.
I rode my bicycle over there yesterday to look at that hill. It's not very tall, but it's steep, and it's in a little canyon, like a V canyon, so you can't go up the wall. You got to go right up the center of it.
There's Thad Duvall making his way up the FMF PowerPoint now, and no problem there for him as we get a good look. Yeah, you're right. It is just a small little hop up that hill, but there seems to be a little bit of a challenge in there if you don't pay attention to what you're doing.
A lot of those things you make them before you get to them. You got to have the mow. You got to have the speed and the line lined up. Boom. If you do that, you're going to go right up it. If you try and bottom.
There's Josh Toth. I'm not sure what exactly position he's in now. I know that he was one of our solid top 5 riders there in the early part of this. He was running 3rd. I think he's still in that number 3 spot. Should be seeing Ricky Russell check in. These guys are really starting to spread out quite a bit by comparison. There is Russell making his way into the FMF PowerPoint now. Now, there's something that has separated them. And DQ, David Quillen, has joined us here in the booth, and looks like he might have some information for us about maybe some of the early part of this race. DQ, what you seeing out there, buddy?
Man, Caleb got out there early. Like, he is gone already. It's track super ruddy, but passable,
So a lot of passing opportunities still available?
It's definitely going to make for good racing. The longer we go, I think the better it's going to get.
Well, Trevor Bollinger was originally in this number 5 spot. He's out of the pits now, back onto the course, but Stu Baylor should have been able to grab the graces of that 5th place position, and I believe that's exactly what it is. So Stu Baylor out on a trail ride, according to what he told me. That's the quote this morning. He says, I'm going to go out and trail ride because, and here's his exact word, it's ruddy, it's muddy, and I'm scared for my knee. That's all he said. And, you know, that's one thing that he's talked about. He's been worried about ruts all season. Down south, things have been going pretty good for him. But he said he was worried about catching a rut, twisting that knee. So he says, I'm just going to go out and trail ride. And he says, and I'm going to beat him. So we'll see whether or not his trail speed.
You never know. He's had that knee thing going, and he's being smart. That's kind of a different Baylor mentality a little bit.
He's a little ways back as far as time is concerned, but I'll tell you, good consistent ride is going to keep him in the in the thick of things. That is the challenge that we talk about at this FMF PowerPoint. Again, wow. I mean, it's not a tall hill, but it's a challenge.
It's steep, and he just didn't have enough speed at the bottom to carry all the way to the top.
So we'll see.
I know that kid. He's a local, Alex Ivy. That's funny.
Well, now you can tell him what.
I can't wait. He'll be at the shop Monday, I'm sure.
So rolling. Wow, is this? Yeah, Ashburn just gets around the 114 of Josh Strang now. So this is our, let's see. Wow, a 7th place position now, if I'm not mistaken, or no, 6th and 7th. Yeah, so we're seeing some changes. I didn't see DeLong go through there, and I haven't seen Ben Kelly go through just yet. Now, DeLong may have gone through. I just may have missed him on his Phoenix Racing Honda, but we'll sit and we'll wait. There's Ben Kelly right there making his way through. That is the leader of the XC2 Pro class. Kelly again. Hey, there's Corey Buttrick. Let's see where he's at in the Pro class. I believe he's running about 9th place now position as we look a little further back on the 121. A little different look for that rider this week again on the Husqvarna. Good to see he's getting that Husqvarna support. And also, rider, he was featured on the event T-shirt this weekend. So
that's good for him.
Yeah, really good for him. And, you know, Corey's he's been an on-again, off-again rider since about 2011. The thing is, I think that Corey's still got a lot to show and a lot to offer as far as GNCC is concerned. And you know as well as I do, this is a sport where maturity really pays off. And him growing up, you know, there might be some maturity there. And in a few years, Corey could be a factor, I think.
Well, it's not just the fastest guy. You got to be the smartest guy.
Yep.
And fast.
Fast and smart. And Corey's, I think, got both all that as a part of the package. We'll just see if he can put it all together, I guess, is always the big question. XC2, would that be our second place?
Tegan Temple there going by.
Yeah. So Temple in that second place position. He was 10 seconds down. I think we're going to about 40 seconds now as Johnny Gallagher's made his way down to the pits to find out what's going on in the Husky pits.
Thanks, Rodney. We're down here in the Rockstar Husqvarna pits, and we're at Tanner Tremaine, Thad Duvall's mechanic. You guys were all in here. It was a team effort, pitching together, get Trevor back out on the track. It was definitely an unscheduled and lengthy pit stop. Can you tell us exactly what was going on there?
You know, unscheduled to say the least. Yeah, it was just a wild first lap. Unfortunately, had a slight mechanical, came in, and we did the best we could to get him in and out as fast as we could so he can go out and salvage some points. But controlled chaos at its finest.
So you guys look like you were working really hard there. Whatever the issue was, were you able to get it completely repaired to where he's 100% and able to charge through the pack to try and get back up into that top 20 and gain some points?
Absolutely, yeah. He doesn't need a rear fender or number plates. He can, you know, essentially that's all that we didn't get back onto the bike. But yeah, what he came in for was resolved, and he's back out there, and he's stretching throttle cables.
All right, we'll let you get back to work, and that's it, guys. So whatever the issue was with Trevor's machine, they were able to get it repaired. He said that's a little worse for the wear in terms of how it looks, but mechanically and performance-wise, it's sound and ready to roll, and he's on the charge, heading after some points.
Yeah, and no doubt. And I'll tell you, Trevor must really be on a mission and a man that just really pushing a lot from that machine. He demands a lot from his machine, no doubt. And to see a Husky actually be a little bit weaned, a little bit injured, I guess you could say, on the first lap like that. You know that Trevor's really, he's really pushing hard. He is. I mean, he's taking everything he can. I mean, probably hitting trees and rocks and going through some deep mud and water. And there's no telling what he's done to that bike. And you know how these machines hold up out there just blows me away under these conditions. And then when you take riders that like the Baylor boys and Trevor and those guys that just I mean, really put those machines to the test. I mean, honestly, I think if those guys can take these machines through a 3-hour race, they'll hold up to anybody just about.
They're fantastic. You know, of course, I'm from way back in the day.
Yeah.
When we had to take care of our bikes. When you rode it, you had to ride it with a certain mentality. To
right.
Take care of it. These days, for it.
Chances are it's going to hold together, right?
Say it's hammered down 3 hours. It'll last no matter what for the most part.
Unless you suck water or break something and something leaks out. I mean, yeah, theoretically they're bulletproof. I mean, they really build some great machines, and it's elevated. It's changed the face of racing too. I mean, you don't have a lot of the mechanicals that you used to that changes the championship around, where one guy blows his motor up in the beginning of the race. I mean, sometimes it'll happen, but it's a real rare thing.
Rare. Yeah.
So continuing to watch, I think we're still out here by this FMF PowerPoint.
So we just saw Ansley go by leading XC3.
Okay.
I haven't seen second though.
Sounds like Johnny Gallagher may have
There's
another
second right
update. Or is that a camera? Okay, so I thought we heard Johnny piping in there, getting ready to pipe in there, so we'll check in with what's happening out here. But DQ, I know your rider, where's Lane Michael at today? I noticed he was absent from the roster.
He had a get-off during Camp Coker. He didn't realize the severity of it, but he ended up re-injuring the collarbone that he broke early in the season.
No way.
So he had surgery Friday and is going to get healed up as soon as possible and get back out there, and I'll be back wrenching again and not in the booth.
Well, good. I'm glad for that. I mean, I like having you in here, but I also like having Lane out as top. Matt Thad Duvall checks in. He's second place. We did miss Caleb Russell on the camera. Caleb checked in 21:58, so he had about a 40-second slower lap on lap number 2. His gap, though, is still 42 seconds, so he gained a couple of seconds there. Thad Duvall turned a 21:55 that time around. Looking for Josh Toth, was in the number 3 spot, and he's been holding pretty steady at every shot we've seen so far, and we'll see whether or not Toth is able to maintain that number 3 spot, and I believe that's exactly what is taking place here now as our KTM riders works his way toward the finish line, barrels in the completion of lap number 2, and what a solid and great place for him, and a great rebound after Camp Coker. He had those issues a couple of weeks ago. I think he actually ended up pulling out of the race early, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I guess he said he had crashed back there and just was feeling a little lightheaded and stuff. And he came in, he's like, guys, I don't feel safe out there, so I'm just going to call it a day and pack it in. And to see this on a return ride, that's awesome. I'm super happy.
Well, here's something that he told me during the pre-race interview. He said, I took some time off the bike. He said, I didn't realize I was really needing that. He said, but the rest and the time off the bike has done wonders. And, and I mentioned that at the last race. I talked about both he and Ben Kelly's training regimen, whether they were peaking too soon and whether they were beginning to really start to see the negative effects of overtraining at this particular point. And that might be exactly what he was.
You got to give your body a chance to reheal. And if you're racing every weekend,
you
think you're doing good, but you just kind of slowly tearing it down, a little break.
It does an amazing one. And you can see for Josh Toth right there, that's exactly it. And I think that's a point proven right there. And, I don't want to put a negative connotation. These guys were doing something wrong. They were just working so hard that they worked a little harder maybe than they needed to. I don't know. But they backed it off. Looks like they got that all sorted out. And Josh Toth is riding rails out there. There's Ricky Russell. And what a solid ride for him. I mean, coming in 5 races in, I know probably riding a lot on adrenaline has a lot to do with it. Still early in the race. I guess the true test of this is going to be that third and final hour.
Third hour, yeah. He was in a cast not that long ago, so that's impressive to see.
KR in the Monster Mile. Caleb Russell making his way through now, still about 42 seconds away. And yeah, you're right, it is very impressive to see.
Like that's mind-blowing, really. And in reality, with normal people, you don't see somebody in a cast 3 weeks ago and out here running XC1 pace. It's pretty awesome.
Exactly. And in these conditions, I mean, these aren't
not your average conditions.
Yeah, they're not that they're deplorable or anything, but this kind of mud, it's tacky and sticky, and you get stuck in places. But I think as much as anything, there's Thad Duvall going through the Monster Mile now. I think as much as anything, what we're seeing, what Stu Baylor talked about was the ruts, and it's rough. I mean, this track you're starting to see a lot of acceleration, deceleration bumps, and stuff like that. So it's really starting to get a crazy rough consistency out there.
Yeah, but a lot of it's, if you watch and see it, a lot of it's firming up and getting a nice line going. It's going to get better other than the holes.
Exactly.
Other than the holes, but the rest of it's getting better. Yeah.
We'll be seeing dust at the finish line by the end of this thing.
Wouldn't surprise me. I thought we were going to see it on the start line. Actually, there is the number 1 of Jesse Ansley, I believe. Checking. Was that Ansley checking through? No, it was Ben Kelly.
Yeah,
that was Ben Kelly checking through.
There's Strang there coming in.
Jordan Ashburn has checked in. Trevor Bollinger, John. Yeah, let's see where is Bollinger. Bollinger hasn't checked in yet after his time in the pits. Grant Baylor. So here's the new running order for the top 10 overall. It's Russell, Duvall, Toth, Ricky Russell in 4th, Stu Baylor still in 5th. The gaps, get this, they're all about 40 seconds apart. 42, 41, 41, 41, 40 through the top 5. First and second, second to third, third to fourth, and fourth to fifth. That's pretty crazy. And then it's the 3-second gap. Look at that. Andrew DeLong has closed up on Stu Baylor. Only 3 seconds separating those two as they made their way through the finish line there just a few moments ago.
The 40-second gap thing, that's going to become a real weird thing after pit stops and whatnot, because different strategies will catch you up to people to where you might be within sight of them. And it's going to make a big difference in the end.
Yes, it most.
Fuel strategy is going to come into play more than
it will.
Not fuel use, but keeping riders together.
Yeah, yeah. So right now, I think we're watching Ben Kelly make his way through the Pro pits now, the VP Fuels Pro row, and what a rail he is riding today. As we look back to the second place position in that XC2 250 class, hasn't even checked in yet. And it's been better than a minute now, I think since we saw Kelly come through the finish line just a few moments ago. So we'll wait and see what the gap is starting to shape up like right there. But it's a little further back as we looked at the top 5. I want to look. We talk about.
Looks like he may have gotten goggles. Yeah,
Ben Kelly might have got a new set of goggles there, but I was wanting to point out the fact we need to try to find and see what's going on with DeLong, that Phoenix Honda Racing ride, and Stu Baylor. That could be a pretty good battle for that number 3 spot. It looks like, honestly, they turned identical lap times, and I did not notice that Andrew was that close to Stu in the times that we've seen in the
No, we
last
never
couple
saw him in any of the videos.
No, so wow, pretty interesting stuff there. So DeLong checking in just 3.6 seconds back of Stu Baylor. He's riding stealthy back there in that Phoenix Racing Honda. And, you know, I guess where we're not used to seeing the Hondas out here so much, and not, you know, I mean, it's still kind of new having him backing up there battling like that. So, yeah, real easy that we could have missed that. But sorry about that. But looks like Andrew DeLong has got some fire out there today as he is trying to work on a top 5 position as we speak.
Hey, Rodney, I was down here just before the Monster Mile getting a look at these guys, and it looked like Andrew DeLong, actually, I was listening to you talk. He has lost some time off of Stu Baylor, but keep in mind, the region of track between the 2 spots where we saw them last includes the VP Fuels Pro Row. So I have a feeling Andrew DeLong came in. It looked like he had fresh goggles and possibly may have gotten some fuel. He was about 15 seconds back of Baylor, so we'll have to watch our shots and see if he's able to close that gap back up, because if those two get together, they could push themselves up a little bit closer to that front 3.
Wow, that's interesting. Seeing those two get together like that, it'd be good for both of them. I know Stu maybe don't need a lot of inspiration out there, but I don't know whose that is. Is that you, Dick? So inspiration, of course. But this, I love it. And Andrew DeLong, this is, I mean, we've seen a good start out of him, I think, a couple of rounds ago. But as we get longer into this race, I like the way this is shaping up. Instead of seeing him start out front and then fade back, what we're seeing is him start about mid-pack. And we're starting to see him inch forward now. So that's a good sign for Andrew. And that's the Andrew DeLong that we know, love, and remember, I think.
Yeah, it's
So right now, as we watch this one, I was just looking at the conditions there of this race course. So you can see some you watch those guys go through there. They got that little dip there, that little hole of water, and then they go into some dry stuff. And here's the pro pits right now. That's soft stuff through there, but it actually looks like it's drying out in places.
Yeah, I would say it looks like it's getting better. I know they ran the dozer through there this morning. It would have been treacherous had they not done that. So the track crew did a great job and keeping things moving. I've been extremely impressed all weekend. They've been pretty much on time. It's pretty pretty crazy.
Yeah, and I want to tip my hat to the Racer Productions crew and the Racer TV crew, because both have stepped up this weekend. You know, coming into this one thing I want to point out, whenever it comes to racing at GNCC, you know, people always say, you know, whenever we cancel, they can't understand why we cancel and what's the reason behind that. And the reason is it's not generally because the course is going to be too muddy and too muddy to get the races off. What it is generally the pits are too muddy to get in and out of. But our friends here at X Factor did us a big favor, and they went in and they built a road system, an amazing road system that gave us all parking opportunities on basically blacktop. And so nobody's parked out. So we got the way to get in here, and we got a place to put people. So what that boils down to is we got a racetrack to go racing, and this is what old school GNC, we ran them like this.
Yeah, I was going to say, you haven't seen this stuff in years. It's cool. The gravel roads, pavement basically, everyone parked along there, dry pitting, nobody's muddy. I mean, it's
definitely,
it's a next level
and the track crew, Jeff Russell leading our junior trail bosses of course Ryan Eccles and Jared Bolton. Those guys have done an amazing job. Now, if you notice, there's very little open grass field sections that they've used. I mean, they basically race to the woods. The whole entire track is looped out in the wood section. They come out back into a grass field just for a moment to get to the pits and to the finish line, and then right back into the woods.
Yeah, it's really old school. I mean, everyone says, GNCCs, they're just field races anymore. They don't even go in the woods. This is a woods race, people. It's the real deal.
It most certainly is. And, of course, with that being said, GNCC always is a real deal. But like I said, the reason that any time that we've canceled recently in the last couple of years is not because necessarily the track has been impassable. Maybe a black sky. That might have been a situation. But then again, it was still more the pits. You couldn't get in there. Big Buck, you couldn't get in
right,
there.
Yeah.
Here, we could get in. So that's why there was no...
Yeah, no one's had to be towed here.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
2 years ago when it was super wetting and we were just out in the cornfield, everybody got towed in and towed out. But now the track conditions are not that far different, but parking is fantastic.
Oh, parking is fantastic.
It's a non-issue.
Yeah, so like I say, tipping our hat to the Racer Productions crew and also the Racer TV crew. They went out and set up a bunch of shots. A couple of shots the track had to be rerouted on the fly yesterday during the ATV race. Jordan and the boys go out and they get a whole new camera shot and get it all set up. And I just want to tip my hat to those guys, really stepping up above and beyond here this weekend. And that's what we like to see at Racer TV. Back out here on the racetrack now, guys, as we're watching our Yamaha live drone, and good to have our drone back with us and in weather conditions where it could actually be flown. But look at that. I mean, that's got to be tough. I mean, you go from perfect conditions to those sloppy but nasty, mucky conditions, and you just got to be prepared coming into this. I mean, you got to have the right gloves on. You got to have your bike ready for a mud race, but not too much for a mud race because it still needs to be able to breathe and all that stuff. So, I mean, there's a happy medium when it comes to bike prep and race prep on a day like today, I think.
Oh, yeah, this is where all the skills come together.
Yeah.
You know, a little smarts when you're racing and the right setup on the bike. Bike's going to get heavy with the mud. Got to have that adjusted. Everything. Being able to ride slippery stuff, being able to ride the fast stuff. Yeah, it's all good. It's really good.
And look at this hill, this downhill section right there. The hills obviously don't hold a lot of the moisture, so you got good traction coming down that. I'm like I say, I just keep watching this course, and I watched it yesterday, and I was like, it's going to be better tomorrow. It's going to be better tomorrow. And though I believed what I was saying, I'm actually pretty impressed with how good it is actually shaping up out there. And I'm really excited about the racing. I mean, this is not necessarily the wheel-to-wheel type of racing that we're generally used to seeing. I mean, with these big gaps out here like this, I got to wonder, will we maybe see this change, or will these gaps continue to broaden as the race wears on? I mean, we're 8 minutes, just under 9 minutes now from the completion of lap number 3. I think this next lap might begin to tell probably what the rest of the story is going to be like.
You're only into it for an hour. You got 2 more hours.
That's true. These are only 21-minute laps, so 3 laps, that's just an hour. So maybe we might have to wait till about lap 5 before we'll really start seeing where things are starting to fall into place.
Well, hey, I appreciate being here. glad to be here with the Moose program, and the track turned out great. Parking's fantastic. This venue is really good.
Hey, we're glad to have you, and get that bike fixed, man. You need to get back out there.
I'll be there, John Penton. I'll be there.
All right, sounds good. That's the 8-time National Enduro champion Dick Burleson from Moose Racing, of course, and I want to give a shout out to our good friend David Eller, owner of the Phoenix Racing Honda team, listening and watching the racing action down in North Carolina. He's listening and watching. He says, "Go Honda boys." So thanks, Dave, for tuning in. Appreciate your support. And, of course, appreciate all those folks that support us online through Racer TV and, of course, online at live stream as well as through Facebook.
On screen right now.
Yeah, there's Caleb. We're no longer waiting on the leaders. Caleb Russell's made his way into this. I believe this is the FMF PowerPoint, if I'm not mistaken, around mile 7. And with that, another 40 seconds back is when we'll be seeing that second place ride. Maybe closer, maybe farther back. I mean, these guys, looking at lap times, I mean, nearly identical lap times. There was only 3 seconds difference between Russell and Duvall. I guess the real big question right now, and I'm still waiting, and I know that Johnny Gallagher's out and watching himself right now, this battle between the impending battle, it seems like, of Andrew DeLong and Stu Baylor for that 5th place position. I'm getting pretty stoked up about that one. And as Johnny pointed out, it looked like a quick pit stop might have been what separated those two when he last saw them. And what that means is if Stu has to pit next time around, that could tighten him back up. If Andrew doesn't make that time up. Now remember, Stu's only out there on a trail ride. He's not pushing it the way that he normally would push. So this might be an advantage to Andrew DeLong to make that catch up. Now, when he sees Andrew, I'm sure he's going to pick the pace right back up.
Absolutely, Rodney. I heard you guys talking there about the Baylor and Andrew DeLong battle that's going on out there. Now, remember, throw it back 3 or 4 years, maybe 5 years now, and these guys were fierce combatants in that XC2 Pro Lights class, oftentimes banging off each other, so these guys are no strangers to battles, but friendly off the track. On the track, these are two big boys that do not mess around on two big machines. They're going to be throwing some horsepower down and a whole lot of torque around. I tell you what, there's going to be a lot of dirt flying. And I tell you what, if they get into it enough with each other, they might fire each other up enough, start closing up that gap on the 4th place rider in front of them.
Hey, that would be an amazing feat that they could be able to pull that off. Right now, as we pointed out, Johnny, and I think this is kind of interesting, 42 seconds between 1st and 2nd, 41 seconds between 2nd and 3rd, 41 seconds between 3rd and 4th, and 40 seconds back to 5th place. I mean, we normally don't see those kind of gaps like that.
We don't normally see those kind of gaps, but the part that's more surprising to me is the gaps have maintained somewhat steady. At least Caleb's lead there of 42 seconds the first 2 laps has really kind of maintained steady over a course that is very unpredictable and a lot of variables.
Is that one of our XC1 riders we're seeing with issues on
that is Sean Remington there on the right side.
Yeah, he's our moto hero.
Who the one is
that may be Tegan Temple. No, that's not Tegan Temple. They're saying
the XC1s would be coming through here.
Yeah, so
okay.
that's.
Say we.
Okay, so, but Sean Remington, actually our moto hero, and we want to say thanks to GBC Tires and AMSOIL for providing them with some great prizes and the recognition of being a serviceman that served our country and our nation, and a hero of GNCC Racing Nation.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that opportunity was presented to the folks at GBC, and one of their company brands, Canati, is a light truck tire manufacturer and offer several different lines. So they decided, you know what, we're going to give a set of light truck tires valued at up to $1,000 at each round of GNCC for the AMSOIL GNCC Moto Hero. Here we see Ricky Russell on screen, hopping up, making it look easy there. The 4th place rider coming through that 212 machine. You know, DQ, as we watch Ricky on screen here, you got to think, how much pent-up energy does this guy have after watching the first 4 rounds, and now he's just unleashing this all at once and doing a darn good job so far.
I was going to say that's pretty mind-blowing. We were talking about that while you were out talking to Bollinger's guys in the pits, and for him to be out there, I mean, he was just in a cast like 3 weeks ago. So to come out on fire like this, that's cool.
Rodney, I'm going to steal it from you. He's rough. He's rowdy. He's Ricky Russell. You know, he's not messing around.
No,
he's out there.
He's awesome.
He's on the gas, and he wants to be up front. He said his goal was to get a good start. Pulled the whole shot. Can't get a better start than that. And he wanted to see how long he could run up there.
Hey, guys, I just got a report off the track right now that we've got battle brewing for the second place position in the XC2 250 Pro class there. Tegan Temple still in the number 1 spot. They're about 2 minutes back behind Ben Kelly. But what's going on there? Liam Draper, another great ride for him, a great start for him. Only a second or so back behind Tegan Temple. But then Austin Lee was only a half second behind him. So it's a 3-way shootout going on right now for that XC2 250 Pro second place position.
Wow, we're really having trouble seeing Hondas today, apparently.
Well, speaking of having a hard time seeing Hondas, we just saw Andrew DeLong come by, and that camera was up in the clouds there for a little bit, but I did not see Stu Baylor. Now, keep in mind, folks, there was a bike that came through just behind Ricky Russell, maybe less than 10 seconds, so one of two things may have happened here. Either Baylor's fallen off the pace, and now Andrew DeLong has taken over that 5th place spot, or Baylor potentially could have closed that gap up to Ricky Russell. If we don't see Baylor come by here soon, we might have to optimistically assume that he was the rider that we saw go by not too far behind Ricky Russell that we didn't get a clear shot of. If not, then he may have fallen back to the clutches of 7th and 6th and quite a bit further on back than he was running in that 5th place spot.
Yeah, looking back there, another minute and 16 seconds back behind Andrew DeLong was Jordan Ashburn and Josh Strang. So if he did lose that much time, that's going to be a heartbreaker. But I'm going.
There is Josh Strang on screen, and we did just see the number 1 FMF Trail Jesters KTM of Ben Kelly there. So he was he came by. That was the leader in the XC2 Pro Lights class.
There's Stu on screen right there, but I don't know in position whether that was before or after.
I believe that's after.
No,
Yeah,
there he is.
Right there,
okay.
up the hill.
So he's
back.
Or was that Grant?
Ooh, I forgot Grant's back.
Yeah. See, now we're struggling. How far was Grant behind those guys before?
That would have been Grant.
I'm going to head over to the pits and try and get a shot of as Caleb Russell and Thad Duvall come in. We're going to see what that gap is and watch these guys get some fuel, see how it shakes out.
All righty, sounds good. Johnny Gallagher heading on down. And again, Johnny G, great race yesterday for him. Another top 10 finish in the XC1 ATV Pro class. And right now as we watch, again, a lot of questions starting to arise. We got a couple of great battles that are shaping up. We're trying to decipher what's going on in this XC1 class, and knowing that Andrew DeLong, the Phoenix Racing Honda ride, challenging for a top 5 position, and then the other ride of Austin Lee, another Indiana boy. I guess we should have thought about that, but Austin Lee, the other Phoenix Honda Racing ride, he is challenging now for a 2nd place position. So it seems like the soils of Indiana coming north have been really good for the Red Riders.
Yeah, it sure seems that way. I mean, DeLong's right up there, and Austin Lee's put on a good start, and looks like he's moving forward and right there in the podium position. So I don't if he's on that fire, he might catch. I mean, I don't know how far Kelly is exactly, but it's possible.
Well, Kelly right now is about 2 minutes ahead. Yeah, I mean, right. I mean, I hate to say it, and you hate to point it out, but unless something happens like a mechanical issue or he makes a horrible mistake, gets stuck, something crazy and off the wall like that happens. I mean, Ben Kelly right now, at least through this particular round of racing, for the rest of the XC2 250 Pro class, untouchable. I mean, I'm just going to go out and say it, and I normally don't say that about people, but I don't know if anybody can run with him right now. That doesn't mean in 2 weeks that somebody's not going to be fired up. They're not going to find that key that what needs to be. But right now, he's in a different playing field. He's on a different level in a totally different plane, and it's till someone reaches close to that plane, he's not going to have any challenges whatsoever, other than himself, I don't think.
Right, you are right. I didn't realize that the gap was 2 minutes already at this point. So yeah, he's definitely on another level and just out for a Sunday cruise, it looks like.
Amazing, and we saw this out of his teammate, and understanding that that step up to the XC1 class is always pretty good. But I think it's going to be neat when we see both Toth and Kelly. They're going to key off each other, and we may see some big rides out of both of them. Sounds like Johnny Gallagher might be back down there again. Johnny, was that you?
I'm here, Rodney, but I wasn't on the mic. We're waiting on the leaders to come in here in VP Fuels Pro Row, and I think we're going to see some pit stops. We're going to see how it shakes out, and this could be an opportunity for some riders to make up some time. So we'll know here in just a few moments.
We were talking about the Indiana racers and everything. Mike Witkowski, whom we talked to at the beginning of the show, running in a number 5 spot out of North Liberty, Indiana. He was only about 0.3 of a second. Actually, that's a 4-way shootout for 2nd place. There's no telling what that 2nd place position is going to look like by the time they make their way around for lap number 3 complete. We're about 5 minutes out from that happening. Actually, just over 4 minutes. from the 250 Pro class being checking. Well, Ben Kelly checking in, so we're probably 5 minutes back to the rest of the guys. But Caleb Russell Caleb Russell just checked in.
Here we go, Rodney. Caleb Russell in the pits. Looks like he is going to get some fresh goggles, and they're giving some fuel. We are hearing reports that he has a 1-minute lead at this point. He's in, he's out, and they've put up a sign for him that says 8-lap race. So they're mentally preparing him for exactly how much longer he has to go, and we'll see what the gap is as they leave here. We have not seen Thad come across the top, but he will be stopping right over here
right now.
1:08.693, a minute and basically 9 seconds behind Caleb Russell is Thad Duvall. So,
Rodney, I'm in a good position here, too, to where I'm going to be able to get a split time on these guys as they leave the other side of the pro pits. So I'm going to mark a spot here, and we're going to get you a split and see exactly how these pit stops played out. Yeah.
All righty, watching our Yamaha live drone here at the Yamaha X Factor GNCC, the premier hunting preserve. And if you haven't had the chance
here
to
comes
check
Thad
it out.
Duvall. He's coming into the Rockstar Husqvarna pits, and I'm watching at the same time. I'm going to talk over this. He's going to film this for you guys, and I'm going to watch for Caleb coming the other way. Thad Duvall is in. He has got the IMS fuel jug in. He is taking on fuel. Looks like no goggles for Thad. This is going to be just a gas and go. He is taking a drink bottle. Looked like they were trying to get a dry brake cap on that machine there. I believe in case they have to stop again to make sure that they do not get any dirt in the fuel tank. We're still waiting and watching for Caleb Russell over on the other side so he can get a gap. And I'll check in with you as soon as we've got a gap as they left VP Fuels Pro Row. But both of those guys in and gone and on the way with full tanks of fuel.
Wow, a minute and 8 seconds, nearly 9 seconds. A minute and nearly 9 seconds between first and second. Caleb Russell, I don't know whether these conditions just are truly favorable to him today or whether he's just reached a completely different plane and playing field as the rest of the field. But whatever the case may be, this X Factor GNCC is certainly throwing an X Factor out there and really making me scratch my head. There's Toth in now, the 206 machine. He checked in. Now, he's staying pretty consistent behind Thad Duvall at a 44.9, so he's about 40. He only lost about 3 seconds. A 22.25 for Caleb Russell, 22.52 for Thad Duvall, 22.56 for Josh Toth. And looks like we're waiting now for the fourth place ride to check in. Still waiting on Ricky Russell, Stu Baylor, Andrew DeLong, and those boys. And we're going to get a really close idea of what's taking place there as far as that battle for that fifth place position and how Ricky Russell is faring after this first hour of racing.
Looks like that might have been Ricky Russell coming through scoring right now. It looks like DeLong maybe ahead of him.
Might be. Stu Baylor is in front of Ricky Russell now, so Stu is moved up into the number 4 spot. Ricky Russell is 5th. Now, what happened to Andrew DeLong, who was making waves out there a few moments ago? We'll continue to wait as we make our way through the Monster Mile. Now, if you're watching on screen, I'm watching my screen of scoring to try to sort out what's going on for that 6th place position in this XC1 Pro class, and obviously for the overall, and still no sign of a 6th place position rider checking in. Is this Russell checking in, I believe?
Rodney, watch this in the VP Fuels Pro Row. Stu Baylor in 4th, Ricky Russell in 5th, but there will be a pass here in about 5 seconds because Stu Baylor is fueling and Ricky Russell already has. So that answers the question as to whether or not Baylor had fueled. You can see up there, he's getting some goggles, he's getting some fuel, and he is losing a position and a little bit of time here as well to Ricky Russell. So he was able to get up there, wrestle away that 4th place spot. So that was him that we thought we had missed on screen. That was him. He had worked his way all the way up to the back of Russell. Now, unfortunately, he's going to have to do it all over again because he was off sequence with these guys on pitting.
Wow, and you know, it seems like Stu spends a lot of time off sequence, pitting sequence with those guys. I don't know if it's necessarily strategic or whether they're working on mileage. I know that they have had some issues with some fuel, I think, and worrying about running out of fuel and stuff like that a couple of times. So they don't like to do that, and they do everything in their power to keep that from happening. So I imagine that might be what they're doing. They're trying to combat that from happening.
So they're being conservative with it. His riding style definitely would probably, I would say, use more fuel than the average guy. So it's not unheard of to have to pit after.
Well, good for Stu to see this trail ride that he is on today is warranting a solid top 5 position. Again, I'm just waiting to find out what's going on with our sixth place position. Ben Kelly has checked in now from the XC2 250 Pro class. That would put him in that number 6 position. 6th in the XC1, 7th overall now. Andrew DeLong has checked in, but 53 seconds behind Ricky Russell now. So with that, looks like Baylor, what happened, I think, is that DeLong got up there, showed Baylor a wheel. He kind of panicked a little bit, wicked it up. In the process of wicking it up, he reeled in Ricky Russell, got around him, and now we look back and see that that I think Andrew DeLong is right where he's been the entire race and probably making steady advances. But Stu just got that little quick bit of lightning is the way it looks to me.
Yeah, I'd say that DeLong put a little bit of pressure on him, and Stu has the speed to run away from guys. We've seen that. Look at how it happened in Florida and everything else. So he ran away, caught up to the next guy. Unfortunately, he had to pit, so he's going to have to do it again, but he's got the speed.
And that might be another thing there that might have separated Andrew and Stu and why we didn't see them a lot together on that last lap of racing, knowing that they were 3 seconds. Remember, Stu is off strategy with everybody's pit stop, so Andrew may have pitted on that lap, and that's where we see the time lost as well.
Andrew may have pitted with Ricky Russell, or both of them may have larger tanks than Stu and can go 4 laps.
Right.
Too.
That's a possibility as well as we roll through the Yamaha X Factor Whitetails GNCC. As we were saying, folks, if you want to come hunt the trophy deer, look them up online, the X Factor Whitetails. Give them a call and let them know you want to come and get your own X Factor and have your own bragging rights. You can find them on the World Wide Web at xfactorwhitetails.com. And, of course, from this Yamaha X Factor Whitetails GNCC, we've got plenty of great things going on and still over another hour and a half left of racing. How's it all going to pan out? Can Caleb Russell hold the position up front? Stick around to find out. GNCC Live's back right after this.
We're just getting started. Stay with us. Live action on RacerTV.com.
Your bearings shoulder the burden whenever you tow, haul, or stomp the gas. AMSOIL delivers powerful protection for bearings and other critical components so you can drive with confidence. To demonstrate, an independent lab put AMSOIL synthetic motor oil head-to-head against a leading competitor in a 100,000-mile test. AMSOIL provided far superior wear protection and kept engine bearings looking like new. Get your truck the protection it deserves at amsoil.com/auto.
I'm a junior pro surfer from Maui, Hawaii. I actually tried to homeschool in 8th grade and just didn't meet my needs. I came to On Track in 9th grade, and from the beginning I really liked it.
The mission at On Track School is to make academic success completely possible for each and every student while they're out pursuing their personal goals.
Everything is just super easy with On Track. I get to take my computer on the road whenever I need to. It makes it very easy for me to get all my work done.
If you're looking for a program that provides flexibility and a program that you can take anywhere lifestyle, then On Track is for you. So come check us out at ontrackschool.com and go get it.
Even when you're the best, you never stop striving to be better. The all-new from the ground up 2019 Yamaha YZ250F is available at LoJack Cycle Sales, alongside the all-new YZ65 and YZ85, and refined YZ450F. So stop by LoJack Cycle Sales today in Tarentum, Pennsylvania, and visit our online inventory at www.lojacks.com. Yamaha YZs. It's why we ride. We are American Motorcyclists. We are members of the American Motorcyclist Association. Racers, fans, and crew. We come together for this sport we love, to race together, to grow together. We start young and not so young. We race motorcycles and ATVs. We become friends, we become family. We compete for weekend bragging rights and national championships. We make memories on the toughest off-road courses in the country and on the best motocross tracks in the world. Some of us aspire to the speed and poise of road racing or the fierce competitiveness of American flat track, and we honor our greatest champions in the AMA Motorcycle Hall of Fame. Through it all, we cheer, we win, and we lose. We are racing. We are the AMA. Race with us. Be part of the greatest sport in the world. Be an American motorcyclist. Join us today at www.amajoin.com/join-now.
And welcome back to GNCC Live. Rodney Tomlin along with Johnny Galler and DQ. David Quillen here with us as we update you on what's taking place an hour and now 16 minutes into this race. Russell Duvall, Josh Toth 1, 2, and 3 in the overall. Minute separating first and second. Another 45 seconds between second and third. Stu Baylor in fourth as he just got around Ricky Russell. Ben Kelly, leader of the XC2 250 Pro class, actually all the way up to a sixth place overall position. As we watch riders struggling on the FMF PowerPoint right now. One thing to point out, we got a great battle shaping up in the XC2 250 Pro Class second place position. We were talking about that a little while ago. Craig DeLong has regained the number 2 spot, and he's 10th place overall right now. Austin Lee actually now into the number 3 spot in that class. He's only about 3 seconds back of Craig DeLong. He's running in the number 11 position.
Yeah, those two sound like they're having a heck of a battle. We're having to get outside updates, but it's definitely making it good for the coverage, and it's going to be good to watch Austin Lee come through the pack and see where they all stack up in the end.
No doubt. Good to see Austin Lee finally finding his race legs out here in 2019. I know 2018 we've seen a lot of great advancements out of him, especially toward the end of the season. I was kind of surprised to see that there was such a lull for him when we started this season, especially with the excitement of the new team and everything. But I think they had some new machines and some kinks and some bugs to work out, and it looks like they're getting them worked out right now.
Yeah, the new Honda 250, they had to do it. They had a little bit of a learning process, but they looks like they've got it figured out greatly, and he's definitely right where he should be, so it's awesome to see.
Well, I tell you, as we approach the halfway point of this race, we're going to start looking at some more of these amateur classes here in a few moments. We've been talking about the XC1 and the XC2 and some about the XC3. Let's check back in with him again. Jesse Ansley has just been on rails today, and the last couple of races he's had feverish battles with Cody Barnes. Those two have, eventually one of the two ends up having some sort of an issue. Jesse, it seems like more so the last couple of races, and Cody has been able to take advantage of that. But today we see that the Beta Rider's back in the number 3 spot after getting out to the hole shot in that class, or close to the hole shot. He was right there with Jesse Ansley, and those guys through that first lap had a good battle going on. But Chase Colville, good to see that Yamaha rider out of West Sunbury, Pennsylvania, moving up into that number 2 spot. Again, 1 minute and 39 seconds behind Ansley right now, but good to see these names freshening and fresh faces approaching the podium.
Right, that's cool with that class because it's kind of it's an advancement class, it's a retirement class, it's a little bit of everything class, and it's cool to see different names in it every week. Jesse's definitely the leader of the pack in that class, I'd say. Cody's right there with him, but to see these other new names come up in there, it's really cool to see. It's that's a fun class. I've had the privilege to race a few times and wound up on the box a few times, and it's just a fun class to race. That if anyone gets the chance and has a 125, go do it.
Yeah, that no doubt. And that's the beauty of it. I mean, a lot of guys still like to go out and ring those 125s out, no matter how big they are or how old they are. There's something about this getting back on one of those that is so much fun.
They're just fun. You can't not have fun on a 125.
Well, I tell you, the FMF PowerPoint is certainly showing its race face out here today, and some of these guys are finding it rather grueling. And just at a glance, you wouldn't think that would be. I mean, yeah, it's kind of a straight up thing, but I mean, at the same time, you say, that's not much. It's only 15 feet high or whatever, But
yeah, there must be something in the bottom though that we're not seeing, ruts or a log, something's down there, because it's kicking all these guys sideways and crooked, then they're getting into that little V'd out valley up the hill, and it's really, really becoming a challenge. Every lap it's getting worse, and we're seeing guys falling on the downhill portion of it even, so
yeah,
it's going to turn into something. I mean,
right there's part of the problem. Look at that mud hole.
We're not halfway yet, so this is going to really turn into something.
Yeah, that mud hole, that was kind of like a little creek crossing, but look how the bottom is starting to fall out. There's Caleb Russell making his way in now, it looks like, as he makes his way through the FMF PowerPoint. So there's our leader. But I think that little section, you saw what, and that's what the difference, I think, is in these riders is line choice and being able to not get stuck and things like that. But see, everybody's going through that one section of track. It was good, solid, just a small creek bed, but it's being chewed up. It's being eaten out. It's turning sloppy. watch as these riders, they're going to start moving over to the left of the screen. They're right as they come down this hill to try to attack that FMF PowerPoint hill, and that's exactly what we saw Caleb Russell do. He just moved over about 5 feet.
Right, 5 feet, and it was a perfectly smooth line and rocketed right up the hill, no problem.
And that right there is a good lesson, I think, for people. When you're riding out like that, that's the kind of lines that you want to look for. You want to follow the main line, but you also want to look just outside the main line, because that's usually where the faster, and well, they turn faster because they're smoother lines.
Right. A dirt bike tire is only 4 inches wide. I mean, that's really all you need. If you can get 4 inches out of that main line and stay on smooth terrain, you're going to go faster because it's not rough.
I'll tell you, there's Thad Duvall making his way through, I believe. He's your second place rider, of course, and still carnage on the track. And Duvall making his way up the hill at the FMF PowerPoint past the downed rider. But yeah, Duvall doing the same thing. Line choice very critical through there. And
so yeah, these guys they're all very good in the mud. Some obviously better than others. I'm not going to be. This is probably the wrong thing to say, but I expect more from Jordan Ashburn today. We know how much he loves the mud.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you on that. But again, you got to take into consideration it's mud. Well, there's Trevor. Is that Bollinger coming through now? Wow. That's Trevor Bollinger there coming through the pro pits just after the completion of lap number 3 for him. And as we looked at that, I believe that was the FMF PowerPoint out near the 7-mile marker.
Wow, so that was a pretty lengthy repair.
That was a pretty lengthy repair. I didn't think it was there that long. All right, so Josh Toth, that third place ride. And again, Josh is not getting the glory I think that he deserves for riding in that third place position, to be honest with you. This is a rookie. I mean, we're talking about a kid that last year was riding, and he was racing for overalls, podium positions from the XC2 250 class. But, when he stepped up this year, I mean, he seemed like, that top 5 was the wall for him. It was the tough place to break on through. He smashed that wall. After that, I'm telling you, he said the rest has done him a world of wonders. And I think this right here is proof
I would
positive.
Say that's definitely proof positive, and he's definitely learning. I mean, the way the XC1 guys start a race versus the way the XC2 guys start a race is completely different mindset and mentality, because the XC1 guys are clearing the trail and figuring out the XC2 guys are just rocketing, trying to catch them. And I think he was probably trying to ride the XC2 style and go fast too quick.
And of course, I agree with you wholeheartedly there. And there's strategies. It's like you say. I mean, the guys in the XC2 are trying to catch the guys in the XC1. They've got to basically clear the trail, lay the lines, and let folks know where the track is going. So it is a lot easier starting from those back rows. But as the race wears on, obviously that's when we start seeing things start to change. But Ben Kelly is a rider that's been just amazing all season long. Last year even, I mean, we saw him and we were talking about it so much, and him looking for podium position overall finishes and maybe going for an overall. And of course, as he continues to motor along, it's going to obviously be a lot of fun watching to see what he is able to achieve. Again, and if he's in the same boat as what Josh Toth was, maybe a little bit of rest, it could definitely, we could definitely see something in the coming weeks, I think, out of this rider. Something else I want to talk about. I was down in the pits, and I keep seeing all this mud and all these different things, and I'm watching these bikes go by, and I'm reminded, down in the Babbitt Online Kawasaki pits, I was down there with producer Adam Gordon, and he noticed something on the Kawasaki's that I hadn't even seen. You've got the radiators and the radiator shouts, but on the left side of the motor, right behind the radiator, there's another vented-looking apparatus that was on that Kawasaki, and we didn't know what it was, so we asked, and it is a Kawasaki manufactured part, but it's actually a transmission cooler, he said. They don't run fans on their motorcycles, so they're trying to utilize every bit of cooling aspect that they can, so they've got these little boxes kind of on the side of the motor that catch a little bit of extra air, and I guess help cool the transmission, which in turn helps keeps the motor cool, too.
Yeah, it works off the oil pump. It pumps the oil out of the engine through that, kind of like a radiator with coolant.
Is that a new concept? I hadn't really heard.
It's been around more so in the motocross side. I really haven't seen one on an off-road bike since like Scott Summers on an XR600 way back in the day, because they were air-cooled bikes, so you were doing everything you could to try to cool them that way. But yeah, on a modern bike, that's pretty new technology, I would say.
I think it's kind of interesting. I wonder if it's something that we'll see. And, of course, as we continue here, I'm trying to look for the races here. I think that we need to maybe start looking at some of these other amateur classes. I think we got a little bit of time right here. And,
Rodney, while you're looking through that, one quick update on Trevor Bollinger. Just came through the VP Fuels Pro Row, as we saw a little bit ago there. Last I checked, he was dropping in the overalls because more riders behind him, XC2 riders and A riders, were checking in. He was down to 31st overall last I checked. But that is not the important part. The important part is the 20th place rider was 1 hour 16 minutes through that lap. And Trevor Bollinger was 1 hour 21 minutes. So he's 5 minutes off of the pace to be back into the top 20 overall as he runs right now. Keeping in mind, he's running 2 minutes faster a lap than all of those riders in front of him. So potentially in another 2 to 2.5 laps, we could see Trevor Bollinger up here and battling for a top 20 overall position, which, as we know, that's the goal at this point. Top 20 is the only way he pays points today. If he's 21 OA, he did it all for nothing.
Good analysis, Johnny, and we'll definitely keep an eye on that. And with the lap times being faster, it'll be neat to see whether or not he can pick his way through the field like that. So as Trevor works on that, we'll work on seeing what's going on with our amateur classes right now as we take a look at the Open A class. Levi Keller out of Bainbridge, Ohio, a 1 minute 20-second lead over Evan Earl. Evan's usually one of the front runners out here on the 256 out of Blacksburg, South Carolina. The 435 of Brady Myers out of Walker, West Virginia is third. 521 Cope Beckert out of Zanesville, Ohio, and fourth. Josh Lee from Statesboro, Georgia, the 210 and fifth. Then in sixth place, Tyler Vore. He's the 501. Seventh place, Zachary Hugo. Eighth place is Matthew McDonald. Ninth place, James Murphy. And 10th place, then, the 261 of Jeremy Lanthier. As we look at our next amateur class, the 258 class. And looking on screen there, is that Ashburn and I believe going by on the Kawasaki. But looking at a 258 class, Ryder LeBlanc out of New Florence, Pennsylvania. As we said, Simon Johnson in second. 1 minute and 20 seconds. That seems to be starting to be a trend here, I think, between first and second places. A minute and 18, minute to 20. But LeBlanc, Johnson, Chase Hayes in the number 3 spot. Hayes out of Sumter, South Carolina. By the way, Johnson is out of Bennington, Vermont, another one of those northeastern riders. We see that Landrum, South Carolina, home to Brody Johnson, the number 235. He's in fourth. Tristan Landrum, the 704 from Nelsonville, Ohio, in fifth. Then Andrew Gross in sixth. We just saw him go by on screen a few moments ago. Benjamin Wright in 7th. Bryce Coster 8th. 9th is Paul Petrin. In 10th place, Michael DeLosa. And I'm not sure, but we may have an update coming in shortly from Johnny G. Is that we got that number 1 machine checking in. That is Caleb Russell checking in with 4 laps complete now. So, wow. 22 minutes and 52 seconds. Caleb has actually slowed down. What's going on? Actually, he's probably just relaxing just a little bit. And, you know, I've noticed that that's the trend for everybody. We've seen the lap times increasing just a little bit the last couple of laps. And I think that, yeah, Caleb's probably just gone into a nice cruise mode. And the conditions, the lap traffic, he's just picking his way through easy because he's got such a buffer zone.
I don't know. There's Thad Duvall right there coming into the finish. That wasn't 40 seconds, I don't think.
Well, no, it's probably more like a minute and something, if truth be told. We were looking at 1 minute and 8 seconds last time. So right here will tell what happens. Is he closing up on Caleb Russell or not? The 22:52, that's the exact same lap time that Thad Duvall turned 1 lap ago. This time around, Thad turns a 22:34, and he cuts that gap down to 51 seconds, just now under the 1 minute mark. So 1 minute and 8 to down to 51 seconds. So, hey, you're right.
Yeah.
He was closing up that gap. Now, will it be enough? I mean, that's lap 4 of what could be as much as an 8-lap race. And if that's the case, we're just now at the halfway point, 1 hour and 29 minutes into that race. That's looking pretty promising to be the case. And here's something to think about. You know, we talk about, when we go to a 7-lap race, a lot of times it really discombobulates these riders because, you know, they start, I guess, mentally it starts wearing and tearing on them because they think like they're putting so much more out there. But the mileage isn't necessarily the same. So you got to wonder, what is an 8-lap race going to do?
Right, I was going to say, I don't remember the last time there was an 8-lap race. It's been years.
Yeah.
And these guys, they all key off of laps. They don't key off of time. So it's going to be very interesting to see who can play the mental game with themselves of, hey, 8 laps, I'm going for it.
Right. And, it could play favors for others and just be total destruction for others whenever whatever they're trying to get it all
Josh
sorted out.
getting ready to check in at the finish line now. Still
Now,
third
let's
place
see
it
how,
looks
now,
like.
we've been talking for quite a while. There was just under 45 seconds that separated those guys. He turned a 22:56 last time around. He turns a 23:11 that time, a minute and 22 seconds. So he slows down a little bit. That speeds up a little bit. That gap opens up a lot, about 32 seconds actually.
That's a bit of a gap now.
Now the big question is, a minute and 34 seconds back with Stu Baylor and Ricky Russell a lap ago. Now, are they on this same pace here, or are they starting to slow down as these guys are slowing down, or are they staying on that 23, 22-minute pace that we saw them racing in earlier? Again, up in the air with Stu. I mean, this is simply, he was walking through the field. He said, hey, I'm not going to be at rider autograph sessions. Here's my quote. It's muddy, it's ruddy, and I'm scared to death for my knee. I'm going to be riding that trail pace all day today.
Well, that's one fast trail pace.
Yeah, that's what I say. His trail pace is not the normal trail rider's pace. So, what would be interesting is if he could literally make a podium position finish. It's going to be tough because Josh,
it's going to be tough.
I mean, there's that gap there, and Josh is hungry for that. Being a rookie and being in this position, especially after what happened at last race, there's a lot of confidence boost going on for him right now during this race. So that's going to be another thing that's going to be tough for Stu to overcome.
Definitely going to be tough for Stu, but if anybody can pull off something crazy like that, it'll be Stu Baylor. That's for sure.
Well, I think we're well over the minute range there, so I don't think Stu and Ricky are necessarily closing up a lot of time. Well, there we go. Oh, no, I pushed the wrong button. Josh Toth is, like we said, in a minute 22 back, and waiting now, and still no Stu Baylor on. So we might be getting closer to the 2-minute mark. So maybe Stu and Ricky have slowed their pace down like everyone else has.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. We just saw Thad Duvall through the Monster Mile. I would say we had to have missed Caleb through there, but I'm sure he went by. So.
Oh, I'm sure there would be a sense of urgency that we'd be hearing it if. So Caleb's just so far ahead of everyone right now. We're trying to catch some of those riders in the back of the pack that he actually sneaking through right. The producers and everything. And there's Caleb. Oh, never mind.
Oh yeah, I would not want to have that job today. It's so spread out. It would be very difficult to spot people, and it's muddy, so that makes it even more of a challenge. And
Right.
They're really
206 is the deficit now between third and fourth place position. Stu Baylor does check in on the number 4 spot, and so far no sign of Ricky Russell at the finish line through time. There he is right there, 30 seconds back, just under 30.9 seconds. Now the next big question is what's going on with Andrew DeLong. He was up there in a 5th place position battling with Stu Baylor. Again, we kind of assumed that maybe a pitting strategy might have been what dropped Andrew DeLong back, so we'll just have to wait and see if that's the case. And, unfortunately, these riders, we talk about it all the time, once they lose sight of another rider, it oftentimes becomes a little tougher to keep that pace, and that might be what Andrew DeLong had fallen into quite possibly whenever he had to pit and Stu got a little farther ahead of him.
And that's what we were talking about earlier with all these 40-second gaps. The riders aren't seeing each other, so riding their pace may not be enough, or it may be too much where they're not going 3 hours. It makes it a lot more of a challenge when they're not in a pack for the rider, for us, for everyone.
So probably assuming right now, not only is this a physically demanding race, but I almost have to think it's going to be mentally demanding. I mean, we've already talked about the conditions as far as the track and the course. I mean, that's something that I think that they've gotten into, but it's this whole mindset of the amount of laps.
It's going to throw all these guys for a loop. 8 laps is not anywhere close to a normal thing.
And again, pointing out the fact the timing is no different. It's just that the laps times are a little shorter, so they can get more laps in a 3-hour time period. So again, and looking at the way that finished, we should finish right at 3 hours or 3 hours and 1 minute.
Like within a minute or two.
Yeah.
After 8 laps, that's going to be.
So I mean, technically, you couldn't have. I think the track builders couldn't have produced a more time-wise sufficient racetrack than what they did for today's racing.
Rodney, I'm going to break in on you here real quick. What we've got on screen right now is Ben Kelly coming by on the XC2 lead machine. That's a 250F machine. You can hear him just absolutely ringing that thing out. Now here we have Andrew DeLong on a 450 Honda there, and he is barely giving it any throttle. This is why, folks. This dirt is heavy. This clod I'm holding in my hands probably weighs 150 pounds. I'm just that strong. It actually realistically is probably about 15 or 20 pounds. It's crazy how much girth and how much weight there is to this dirt. And you can see here when I step into this is just a little bit of dirt. It's so sticky. It sticks to your shoes. You can't do anything with it. So imagine that on your motorcycle. Now the guys on the 250F machines are basically working with half of the motor that the 450 have. So we've been routinely seeing Ben Kelly get up into the top 3, even leading overall early in these races. Today, I believe he's sitting 6th overall, and he just hasn't been able to have the oomph to get up there. Well, it may not be Ben. It may literally be the machine. He's on a smaller bore machine, and today it's taken a whole lot of horsepower to ride this racetrack.
And this deep Indiana soil requires and absorbs a lot of horsepower.
Yeah, I was going to say it's going to do that. It's going to start putting strain on clutches. I mean, yes, we're doing less laps or more laps in the same amount of time. It could still wreak more havoc on a machine than a normal race.
I know. Watching in yesterday's ATV racing, especially in the morning program and the youth program, it was funny to see this dirt that they took off. They had some mud and everything, but they got good traction. It started tacking up, and they were getting good traction off the start. They go around the first turn. And then they dozed it, and the dirt was a lot softer and was a lot moister. And when they would hit that dirt, you could hear it. We would go mee, and some of those guys nearly get through over the handlebars. I mean, that's how much this dirt can absorb. That's what I'm trying to point out.
I was talking to guys that raced this morning, and they said they'd just be going along, and then their front wheel would just be swallowed. They were just like laying in front of their motorcycle, like, what happened? And that's how the dirt is out here. You're good. Oh crap, I'm on my head.
Exactly. So 13 minutes is when we should expect to see Caleb Russell back in for his 5th lap complete. A quick check of the XC1 Pro Class. Russell, Duval, Toth, Baylor in 4th, Ricky Russell in 5th, Andrew DeLong in 6th, Grant Baylor is 7th, Jordan Ashburn in 8th, 9th is Josh Strang, and Corey Buttrick rounds out the top 10 in the XC1 Pro Class. In the XC2 250 Pro Class, Ben Kelly leading by nearly 3 minutes over Austin Lee, the 123, who has taken over now after lap 4. We were talking about this battle between he and Craig DeLong. They were just outside the top 10 a lap ago. Let's see what they're doing now as far as the overall is concerned. And how about it? Austin Lee is 10th place on his Phoenix Racing Honda. And where did Austin Lee come from? Like we said, it must have been just trying to get that machine dialed in and get the new 250 quirks worked out of it, because whatever's happening, he is certainly taking control of the situation here, at least for 2nd place in his home state of Indiana. This is great.
Yeah, it's definitely awesome. We saw him have some mechanical issues the first couple rounds, but I'd say they have everything dialed now. That's awesome, and it looks like he's going to be in for a strong second half of the season.
All right, now looking at some of the rest of these 250 Pro Class riders. Craig DeLong, as we said, in 3rd. Mike Witkowski, can't take anything away from him. He's just finished on lap 4, 41.5 seconds there. Looking for Tegan Temple. Tegan was up in that number 2 spot in the early part of the race. Liam Draper's dropped back to 6th place. He was running 3rd in the early part of the race. Evan Smith now 7th. Ryder Lafferty's dropped back, I think, from 6th to 8th place. Jonathan Johnson in 9th, and Sam Evans rounding out the top 10. Now, there may be some more changes in that, as some of those riders have yet to check in for the 4th lap complete. But, yeah, interestingly, both 2nd and 3rd early in the race, Tegan Temple and Liam Draper are finding themselves now a little further back in 6th and 7th.
Yeah, I don't know if they had gotten stuck or just on a different strategy. You know, I mean, we're still, like I say, it's weird that we've done this many laps. We're still only halfway through this thing.
I know, right? And Jesse Ansley now 3 laps. He's 3.5 minutes out before we'll see him finish his 4th lap. But he and Colville still over 3 minutes apart. Anthony Federico another 2 minutes back. I mean, the tightest gap in this FMF XC3 125 Pro-Am class is 1 minute and 59 seconds. That's, I mean, you don't normally see that, and I guess conditions are warranting that. Now, I guess a question for you as the rider, DQ, would be, what's the advantages, disadvantages of riding a 125 in these types of conditions?
For me, I like a 125. Like, it's my bike of choice, no matter what. I don't know why. It's just always been that way. So, a 125 in the mud, to me, yeah, you're down on power, but you're also way lighter. So, you can kind of float on top of stuff. Some guys sink in. You can throw the bike around a little bit more. If you do go down, it's easier to pick up. So, really, a 125 I don't consider a huge disadvantage.
Okay, and, of course, we talked with Jesse Ansley a little bit about some stuff like that as well.
I don't know. I mean, I think I could keep going as fast as I mean, obviously, Caleb won the XC1 class on a 150, so, the sky's the limit. And, the more you use your brakes, the more you use your clutch, the slower you go. So you just, throughout the week, I just ride as hard as I can and work on fundamentals. And yeah, I mean, Caleb did it, so there's when I get 13th overall, that's not the best I can do. It's just chomping at the bit, and it'll take time. But yeah, I'm just excited to see, and hopefully we can get a top 10 this year. I think that would be awesome. And I've been pretty close this year a couple of times, but I just need to be consistent and finish races and just push as hard as I can. Because if I ride like I know I can, the overalls will come like they should. So I'm not too worried about it. If I get 11th, I'm not going to be pissed. So just got to be hungry for it and just stay consistent, like I said.
And good words from him. And, he pointed out, I think, we were talking about the 125 in that interview, and the advantage is kind of like the same thing. And, he pointed out the fact, that Caleb did it on a 150. He beat the 450s and stuff like that. So, and they've already been running, he and Cody have already been running top 20s, solid top 20s already this season. And that's what he's talking about, and especially under the right conditions. I mean, right now, heck, he's in an 18th place overall position, if I'm not mistaken. And maybe moving up a little bit further after this particular lap. So, in reality, I don't think a top 10 on a 125 is too far a cry out of reality.
I wouldn't say it's unheard of. And when Caleb did it, it was in Indiana, deep dirt just like this. I mean, it's not that far from here. So
right.
Anything's possible. Like Jesse said, the sky is the limit.
There you go. And you got to believe that to make it happen. So,
oh, yeah.
And Jesse is one of those guys that certainly believes that. Again, Russell, Duvall, Josh Toth in third, Stu Baylor in fourth, Ricky Russell rounding out the top five, Ben Kelly, your XC2 250 Pro leader in sixth place, Andrew DeLong is seventh, Grant Baylor in eighth, Jordy Ashburn in ninth, and Austin Lee, second place in the XC2 250 Pro class, is rounding out the top 10 overall. 2 minutes 53 seconds now behind Ben Kelly. But an awesome ride by Austin Lee today as he still got Craig DeLong back there in the 10th place or 11th place position on board the number 10, about 6.4 seconds back. I don't think that battle's over yet. Craig DeLong, a good, strong mud rider from Pennsylvania. Austin Lee, an Indiana boy. These boys have got a good battle lying ahead before the checkers fly on this one.
I think that's going to be the best battle on the track there for the rest of this remainder of this race. It's heating up to be a good one. I hope we can get them on camera and get to watch a lot of it.
Yeah, I agree with you there. That's going to be a good one, no doubt.
We're talking XC2 class.
Yeah, that second place battle between Austin Lee and the number 10 machine of Craig DeLong. Real strong battle going on there. And we were looking at some of these other classes a little bit ago. I don't know if we got a minute to do that now. I do want to check in with this. All right, right now I believe we're waiting on that. We just, Caleb already came through this section of racetrack. We left off, I think, with a 208 bike class there a little bit ago.
Right there, so about the same gap, I'd say. Maybe Caleb stretched it back out a little bit.
But still right there in that 1 minute range, 50 seconds to 1 minute. 208 class, Logan Kiddick out of Farmington, Minnesota, leading that one. Max Fernandez out of Ottsville, PA, the 490 is in second. Dominic Morris out of Newark Valley, New York is third aboard the 454. Fourth is Zach Davidson out of Iron Station, North Carolina. He got the early lead in that one. Elliott Key, the 900 beta rider out of Arcola, Illinois, is your fifth place ride. And I believe that Elliott, if you remember, we talked to him last year, part of that beta program. He is actually a national trials top rider. In maybe I think is a champion, a national trials top champion.
I was not aware of that. That's really cool. I have a trials motorcycle and I enjoy it. It's a totally different mentality to any of this, but the fundamentals of it transfer over very well, and that's cool to see him doing that well.
Yeah, and I know Elliott really wants to see more of the GNCC style of racing, and I'm sure his background in trials will certainly play a big hand. We saw it with Juha Salmonen a little over a decade ago.
And I mean, Cody Webb, he doesn't really race GNCC a lot, but I mean, he came from a trials background, and he sure does well in the extreme events and whatnot.
Yes, for sure. Ryland Frankfurt is sixth place in the 200A class, and looks like Sean Myers Jr. is the seventh place position. Looks like we got who is that?
Shotgun Sean.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw him down on the PowerPoint earlier.
Yeah. Sean Remington, our moto hero, a part of the AmPro Yamaha team, and also probably a leader in his class, or close to leading that class. What is he, 40 plus or 30 plus? I can't.
He's 40 plus.
Senior A 40 plus class. Shotgun Sean is running second place. He was 9/10 of a second behind Frank Messina. Smiling Frank Messina. I don't know if you know Frank, but he's all smiles all the time, man.
Oh, wow.
Smiling Frank.
I bet they're having a blast.
Yeah, so Shotgun Sean and he less than a second apart. They had about a 2-minute 20-second lead over Jeff Houston was in third. Josh Hackett out of Hanland, Connecticut was fourth. Larry Sylvia out of Monticello, Georgia was fifth, and it's Joel Stoles in sixth, Gregory Richardson in seventh of that Senior A class, eighth, Jason Stickley, ninth, Jeremy Dexter and Bo Hamlet rounding out the top 10. So those guys are making their way through right now, and we're going to look at this. Did we get a chance to look at four-stroke 8? No, we didn't. Tyler Soriano is running in the number 1 spot of the four-stroke A lights class, a 2-minute and 6-second lead over Nathan Rector out of Rogersville, Missouri. Johnny Manera from Mill Hill, New Jersey, the 3:57 in third. Another minute and 3 seconds back behind him is Trevor Maley, the 7:71 from North Canton, Ohio, and 44 seconds back is Ian Flynn aboard the 4:22 out of Greensboro, PA. I gotta say, these gaps just totally blowing me away. But I guess again conditions, and we see this on occasion, but. Just the masses seem to be like this today. It's not just
class.
1 or 2 classes. It's like every class.
It's a minute. It's short laps, big gaps. It's weird.
Andrew Matusik, the junior AB class leader in that one. 6-minute and 2-second lead. Wow. Andrew he's a trainer. Trained some moto guys. Been seeing him take some guys
to race XC2.
Used to race XC2 and took several years off and came back just to have a little bit of fun. And I don't know if you remember. I think it was at Camp Coker. He's the one that got the rider stuck in his rear wheel.
Oh, yeah.
And he still came back and won that race, believe it or not, after coming back, getting the guy stuck, getting him out of his bike.
That was a bit of a delay on the start line,
Yeah, it was. So Andrew Matusik leading that junior AB class. We got Andrew Boggs out of Masontown, West Virginia, the 46 in second. Jesse Kidlow out of Elizabeth, PA in third. The 49 Jacob Chrisman out of Clintonville, PA in fourth. And Joseph McCarty out of Mount Clair, West Virginia in fifth. And Landon Smith in sixth. Matt Bruffy is 7th. Dylan Narrow rounds out the 8th in the junior A-B 25-plus class. The Vet A 30-plus class, Sam Forrester out of Elkton, Maryland, a 3-minute 24-second lead over Nathan Allering, the 3:69. That's kind of surprising to me there out of Cincinnati, but I've been surprised a lot today. Lorenzo Sanchez from out of Georgia, the 3:83, 9 minutes, 42 seconds back in third-place position. Bill Zavindi, 8:31 out of Cabot, PA. There's a tight battle, 46 seconds back to the, that's a tight one by comparison.
I was saying comparison, yeah.
Sergio Amancio, the 360 from New Milford, Connecticut, rounding out the top 5. Then Buddy Barnes in 6th, Matt Modick in 7th, Joshua Wyatt is 8th, Steve Lambruno in 9th, and Miquez Gomez rounds out your top 10. And my Spanish really stinks, especially for Cinco de Mayo.
Oh, yeah.
Like I like to call it. It's so funny. People actually believe sometimes that. Now, there are sometimes that I mispronounce words, but come on, man. I mean, I've heard it all my life, but I have to have fun with this. It's round number 5, Cinco de GNCC, May 5th.
It all works.
It all
works.
works.
It's way too convenient.
It is way convenient, and I've had a lot of fun with that. Let's look at the Open B class as we continue to watch riders here and watch this section of the track. We're seeing, I think, where it was looking bad a few minutes ago and where those guys were having problems, it's starting to shape up because those guys have worked out.
They've pushed all the stuff to the sides and made new lines.
It's starting to look a lot.
We got going on here. Looks like somebody
mud
shifter missing completely.
No, I think they just got mud jammed in it. To be honest with you. Wow, what a heartbreaker that can be.
Kidding.
Who is that? That is. That's one of the.
It's a trail jester guy. Couldn't quite get the number though.
Yeah. All right. Open B class. Peyton Harden leading 5 minutes 38 seconds over Michael Davis. Okay, number 29. So that will be easy to find and figure out here for us. A top 100 rider in GNCC racing. So that rider's name. He's probably one of our front rows out there. Believe it or not, as we scan our sign-in sheets here to look for that number 29. Oh, I'm in the ATVs. That's the wrong piece of paper. Okay, maybe I won't get to do that.
I believe it's the 29 is the 250A rider of Simon Johnson.
There you go.
There
Simon
you go.
Johnson, yep.
I was thinking it was one of those first 3 rows there, Johnny. Thank you very, very much. So he's in. He's got that mud in there. Caleb Russell is traversing his way around now, and looks like he's working his way back toward the completion of another lap of racing. If we look at the 5 seconds is when he's due in. So what's wrong with Caleb Russell? He's running late.
5 whole seconds.
5 whole seconds late right now. All right. So Caleb Russell checking in. Now this will be for lap number 5 complete. That lap turned in 22 minutes and 33 seconds. Almost identical of what we saw Thad Duvall turning a lap ago. There's Auntie Colin. And again, I want to take this opportunity to mention next week be watching GNCCRacing.com for information concerning the golf tournament for the ISDE fundraiser. That's going to be coming up on the Friday before the Snowshoe GNCC, again, as it traditionally has the last 6 or 7 years. So, again, that's how they fund the efforts for everybody to go. And, DQ, you know as well as anybody, that is a blast.
I did it with Thad a few years ago. We lost 39 golf balls. But you know what? We had fun.
Yeah, and it's a what is it? They call that
Scramble.
Yeah,
so you play the best ball, and
you can have people that stink, and one good guy, and you can do well out there.
The Baylor somehow would have beat Tiger Woods or something.
They bring in a ringer every year.
Yeah, every year. I don't know what they do, but man, oh man,
they bring in professional golfer.
Yeah.
He's like an amateur professional, but they bring in a professional golfer.
No, I always try to figure out what
they bring in a ringer.
Oh,
no, I'm not lying.
Serious stuff.
All right. So again, golf tournament Snowshoe helped this guy right here make his way. What is it, to Portugal this year? I think.
I believe it is Portugal this
year.
And
that's that's what that's all about, and why we're harping on that, because I'm sure that Caleb will be going back again. They haven't announced the team, but they will next week. Check out our Yamaha live drone footage, and again, watching the conditions of this race course continue to improve since yesterday afternoon. I mean, at this time yesterday, I thought the track was looking phenomenal, and how far it's come today. Just worlds different than what we saw 24 hours ago.
Oh, yeah, I was here Thursday, and everybody was like, there's no way they're going to have it. I'm like, guys, the woods are not bad. We will see dust by Sunday. It is shaping up to be awesome. The last hour of this is going to be awesome.
Yeah, I know. And again, dust may be someplace. It's not going to be a dusty track, but there will be some dust. I know I was starting to see it kick up near the start line. We might see it down by that finish line and a few other places also. But there's Thad Duvall making his way now through this, same section of track. And you got to ask, what about that last time around? Because Caleb slowed down the last 2 laps. Thad turned a 22-32. Chad,
seconds then.
Yeah, so here's what happened. We see that the gap now 1 second different. So 49.9 seconds. It was 50 seconds, 50-point-something seconds. They turned nearly identical lap times. There was about 9/10 of a second difference in their lap time, but Caleb and Thad are pretty much on target for, I mean, you'd think that they were running nose to tail right now the way their lap times are.
Right, yeah, it's crazy how much that start must have helped Caleb, because they are running identical times.
And back in the number 3 spot, still waiting. We were looking at 1 minute and 22 seconds. Now it's 2 minutes and 2 seconds back to Josh Toth as he just checked in. We saw the 2:06 going through there. And we're waiting. We waited for a while, 2 minutes and 6 seconds back to Stu Baylor last time. So we'll see what's going on with the Baylor-Russell battle that's going on. Ben Kelly still 6th, and trying to see and figure out what's going on with Andrew DeLong. Again, want to watch and keep an eye on that XC2 250 Pro class. Let's go ahead and pop that class up right now. And watch for Ben Kelly. Again, we've got 4 riders that are vying for that second place position. Austin Lee, Craig DeLong, Mike Witkowski, and Evan Smith. There were 6 seconds that separated Austin Lee and Craig DeLong, and 41 seconds now back to Mike Witkowski in that number 4 spot. So that gap has opened up a little bit for Witkowski, but again, I'm of the mindset I wouldn't be surprised especially here late in the race, to see Witkowski find some smooth lines out there and reel these guys in. Again, Craig DeLong back after his injury. Not real sure what his conditioning level is like, and like we said earlier today, that third hour is going to be the true test of how everyone is going to do here today, what their conditioning, if they're coming off of injury, is like, and this is where it all starts to make sense. We are now 1 hour and 55 minutes approaching that 3 hour mark, and this might be where we start to see the differences show up.
You know, Rodney, I just heard you guys were discussing the lap times of Thad Duvall and Caleb Russell and how they were nearly identical, mirroring each other every lap. Funny, I just finished a conversation with Auntie Cullinan. At the scoring tent, it appears they're running nearly the same pace. However, if you split the track in half, Thad is considerably faster on one half, Caleb is considerably faster on the other. So what we may or may not be noticing when we see on camera, that gap is actually fluctuating between a minute all the way down to as small as 38 seconds at varying points in the track.
Kind of like situations we've seen in recent races when those guys are running wheel-to-wheel, nearly identical lap times. We'll see on camera shots where maybe Thad will be out front for a little while and then Caleb will be back out front. So we're just not witnessing them actually making they're not making passes, but it's still the same scenario that's unfolding.
Yeah, so what looks like to the viewer at home, and even to us here watching on the live scoring, even if you're out on the track, it looks like a stable gap. Whatever point in the track you seem to be at, they're at the same point, at the same distance, the same gap. But if you would move from one side of the track to the other, it would appear that Caleb is losing time, Thad is gaining it, or on the other side of the track it would appear the opposite. They're flip-flopping between a minute all the way down to less than 40 seconds. Every lap this is happening. Thad is faster over in the fields and the pro pit section from the finish to about the 2 mile marker, the FMF Power, or I'm sorry, the Monster Mile. Caleb is faster on the rest of the track than that. So Thad is making up over 20 seconds in less than 2 miles of track every lap, and then Caleb pulls it back out the whole rest of the track.
That's wild. I mean, that is that's pretty interesting information.
Yeah, that's not normal stuff that we get to hear about, and that's cool to get that out there to people. And how Thad can go much faster in that section versus Caleb on the other side of the track, we'll probably never know. But that's really cool to hear the differences in the split times.
Yeah, and like we say, I mean, and that's probably a good way to really decipher that information. You know, we witness it, but we think it might be mistakes, one rider pushing the other. And in the cases it might be, but this right here just shows us that, you know, hey, that one's just faster in certain types of racing than the other. So I can imagine they both know which that is, and they're not going to let any secrets out. Just want to let folks know Stu Baylor has checked in for his fourth lap complete. He was 2 minutes 44 seconds back of Josh Toth. Still no sign of Ricky Russell as he was just 30 seconds behind at the end of lap number 4. So we'll wait a little bit longer to see what's going on there. As far as the XC2 250 class, Ben Kelly just checked in, so that should give us our running order. So Ben Kelly is now up to a 5th place position. Ricky Russell's checked in now as well. The 212 has dropped off after time adjustments to 6th overall. He's currently 5th in physically on the track, but Ricky Russell is 6th now on time adjustments. Andrew DeLong will be waiting for him, looking for Grant Baylor, Jordan Ashburn. And again, one of the things that caught my attention was that battle for second in the XC2 250 Pro class. Austin Lee and Craig DeLong. Witkowski had dropped back just a little bit, but I'm still not counting him out of this one. As we know, anything can happen on any given lap, and it can tighten things back up out there. So we wait right now with bated breath for the information that we're wondering about. And again, I mean, just if you're just joining us, we've been kind of bamboozled by the fact that all these riders have got these gaps today, and they're all consistent gaps, and there's very few racers that we're seeing within a second or two of each other. But regardless, it has proven to be still an interesting race, it seems like.
Yeah, they're staying consistent, but it's consistently apart. So it's definitely, it all came down to that first lap. These gaps have pretty much been set. And
at the same time, though, I mean, the race has stayed interesting the entire time.
We've seen plenty of action. There's been all kinds of stuff going on.
Now, there has been some changes in the back of the pack, and in that XC2 class, I guess, we've been watching those guys battle. I mean, especially that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. They were really tight there for a while. They're starting to spread that out just a little bit now as we continue to watch more riders check in. Grant Baylor is in. Andrew DeLong is in. He's in 7th place now of the XC2 or of the overall. He's 6th place of the XC1. And, of course, Grant Baylor, as we said, checking in at 8th place. A good, solid show for him coming back after that shoulder surgery back in December. Jordan Ashburn, we should be seeing him check in a few moments, but it's Austin Lee, Craig DeLong, Mike Wachowski, riders that I'm keeping a very close eye on, and we're going to continue to do so, but we're going to do it when we come back. We're going to take a quick break here from Peru, Indiana, the X Factor Whitetails GNCC, and when we come back, we'll have maybe a little better handle on what's taking place, and we'll roll through this final hour of racing and just see exactly what is going to pan out after 3 grueling hours in the Indiana mud.
The halfway point is here, and these riders have endured over an hour now of hard battling through the woods at extremely high heart rates, the type the average athlete couldn't even fathom for this level of distance. Can they stick with it to the end? Don't click that X. GNCC Live on RacerTV.com continues after this.
Consistent clutch feel is vital to effective starts or to confidently maneuver around obstacles on the trail. AMSOIL synthetic dirt bike oil was subjected to an extreme simulated start test. After 32 simulated race starts, AMSOIL synthetic dirt bike oil continued to deliver consistent clutch feel, and the clutch plates remained clean with no visible wear. The competitor's oil, however, allowed discoloration and significant wear after just 16 starts. AMSOIL synthetic dirt bike oil. Give your bike the protection it needs.
Speed has its price. Fortunately, it's super affordable. The Specialized Speed into Spring Sale with up to 40% off March 15th through 31st. The faster you visit your local Specialized dealer, the faster you ride.
This week in Yamaha history, at the 2006 Spartan GNCC in Sparta, Kentucky, Bill Balance was working on his 7th of 9 GNCC ATV titles. As always, springtime in the GNCC nation brings uncertain conditions. A mix of dust and mud on this day made for a tight battle for the entire 2 hours. Riders like Chris Borich, Chris Jinks, and a young Chris Bithell were all trying to stake their claims in GNCC history, but on this day, Bill Balance aboard his Yamaha was able to capture his 53rd of 68 ATV GNCC wins. Also on this day in Yamaha history, at the inaugural X Factor GNCC in one of the muddiest races in recent history, longtime veteran Johnny Gallagher posted the first win of his then 23-year XC1 Pro career. That was a monumental day, as Johnny G would not only post the first win of his career, but also would be the only rider in 2017 to best his Yamaha teammate Walker Fowler, making it the only loss of the year for the rider and one race short of a perfect season. And that's this week in Yamaha history.
I'm curious. Am I supposed to feel bad? Because I don't.
That's the words from Johnny Gallagher. Welcome back to GNCC Live. Johnny, I know, man, big things happening. We've got some changes going on out there, and they both involve a couple of Phoenix Honda riders.
Yeah, absolutely. That Phoenix Honda team is embattled in 2 battles right now, and unfortunately, they seem to be on the losing or potentially losing end of both of them. I'm sure they will fight back, but Andrew DeLong has been running solidly in that 6th place spot in the XC1 Pro class. He has now actually fallen into the grasp of Grant Baylor, who's charging late. Again, returning to us after that surgery. He's really shown some strength here late in this one. He is now just a few seconds behind Andrew DeLong, and he looks like he's hard on the throttle. I could see him looking ahead. He caught a glimpse of him. You could see his posture change immediately. Jumping back one more class to our XC2 Pro Lights class, Austin Lee had wrestled away that 2nd place spot from Tegan Temple, who had it early, and at one point looked like he might be running a pretty good pace that he might try to track down the leader, Ben Kelly. Well, now he has fallen back into the grasp of Craig DeLong, who has taken over that 2nd place spot with Lee in hot pursuit.
Well, interesting. I think that's neat. We got 2 Phoenix Honda riders and 2 brothers, and they're all, I mean, even though Craig and Andrew are on 2 different teams, we got a couple brothers that are in the battles, and we got 2 Honda riders there in the battle. So,
yeah.
You got to think that Craig don't know what's going on, but you'd have to wonder if he was watching that battle, which one would he be rooting for right now?
Right, yeah. Brother or teammate?
So
definitely his brother.
I would have to think so, yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that battle and continue to watch and see how things are unfolding. Right now, a quick glimpse of our top 20 overall. Russell. That's Caleb Russell, Thad Duvall, Josh Toth, Stu Baylor. We know Ben Kelly's 5th overall, Ricky Russell 6th, 7th, Andrew DeLong, Grant Baylor in 8th overall. Craig DeLong has moved up to 9th overall. Now, Austin Lee maintains a 10th place overall position, so he's got at least those bragging rights, even though DeLong did get around him. If you look at the difference in lap times between those 2 right now, we're only seeing a gap of about 1.4 seconds. The difference, 24:28 to 24:36. That's nothing, man. I mean, Austin Lee still on pace, so I don't think that race is over just yet. DeLong and Lee have got a major war to wage, I think, between now and, well, the next 3 laps or so, because we just now wrapped up lap number 5, and we're on target for an 8-lap race at about 21-minute laps. So pretty interesting stuff, I think.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be great. I cannot wait to watch those 2 battle at the end. We just had Thad come through and Caleb. So Caleb's still out front, Thad in 2nd there at the FMF PowerPoint Hill, which looks to be getting better and better. So track's shaping up, and I know we've said it 100 times, but it's really looking pretty good now.
It most certainly is, and taking a look at, I want to look a little deeper into this XC2 250 Pro class. For some reason, getting a lot of excitement there, and seeing some names, new names, and different names starting to work their way up through the pack. But again, Kelly, DeLong, and Austin Lee, they're battling for the top 3. They have a 1 and 24-second lead now over Mike Witkowski, who was an early leader in this class, and again, an Indiana boy, but still running a nice solid race there aboard the number 282. Evan Smith out of Jefferson, Georgia, a name that we don't say a lot in the XC2 250 Pro class, is running 5th. Liam Draper has dropped to 6th now out of New Zealand, I guess it is. And then, of course, Ryder Lafferty, that is the nephew to Mike Lafferty. And good to see that we've seen Ryder here all season long in this XC2 250 Pro class. I have to tend to believe that this rider may be on the cusp of something bigger now that we're seeing him out here more consistently. I think that with a name like Lafferty, he's got a lot to step up to, a lot to prove, and I think he's capable of making it happen.
Oh, I do too. I think he's just maturing and getting ready to put on a charge. I know for years he's done 3-4 rounds here and there, and he'd come back for a while and disappear for a while, but it looks like he's solid in the driver's seat now, and I think he's just now getting ready to start putting on a charge.
Jonathan Johnson running in the number 8 spot of that 250 Pro class, and Sam Evans, good to see him back out of St. Albans, West Virginia, old Big Sam, if you will, and Matthew Kiefer, the 570 out of Monroe Township, Pennsylvania. I think I've seen his name a couple times in the top 10 so far this year, but and Tegan Temple, who was running up front early on, is back in the 11th place position now, and that's after 4 laps. He's still working on lap number 5 as we watch that 250 Pro class unfold now. 2 hours and 9 minutes into this race, and again, we are estimating that it will be an 8-lap race and 20. Well, the lap times have dropped down to 22 minutes now for Caleb Russell. So once they start doing the figuring, we could see this go to a 7-lap race, depending on where we fall in that criteria of where we need to fall as far as, because it could go over 3 hours at this point now with the lap times getting a little longer, and that could push us over that 2-hour 45-minute mark, which we'd have to shoot for to be a complete race.
Yeah, I was doing the math in my head, and although all the teams were giving riders pit boards and telling them that their fuel stops, that it was going to be an 8-lap race for the top XC1 and XC2 guys, it is going to be close. It could end up coming in close to that 2:45 mark, and they might be able to call it at possibly 7 laps. But I guess we'll wait and see. We'll know here soon enough. There's our.
Yeah, I was going to say, if they were going to do that, we would be seeing a 2-lap board right now, Johnny, and good to point that out.
Well, that's not Caleb Russell. That's Jesse Ansley.
Yeah.
But yeah, you would. Unless because they don't have to do a 2-lap board. They do have to do a white
That's
flag.
True. It's a courtesy.
So they could make the call to go set. I do think it is still going to go 8, but it is a possibility that if this next lap takes a little longer than they're anticipating and they're thinking the track conditions are worsening, which I don't think they are, but if they were, they could still throw the white flag this next lap.
Well, what you're seeing with the track, I mean, you always see it go from bad to worse to finally starting to get better. Have we seen that transition today, you think?
And we've seen all kinds of transitions throughout the weekend. Like you guys were talking about earlier, DQ was here on Thursday, and he was one of the ones that was on the there's no way they're going to run this race wagon earlier in the week.
Yeah, I was Monday,
internally
Tuesday,
to himself.
I was, yeah.
He was like, man, it's so wet here. He said, and he clarified. He said, hey, I haven't been out to the property. He said, but I can tell you right now, I don't think you could race anywhere in the state of Indiana this weekend. And just a few days later, he said, hey, man, I was out at the track, and I don't think it's going to be that bad this weekend. Well, and it wasn't. We pedaled on Friday. We all took a look at things. Parking was really soft. The fields here are soft. But when you got out in the woods, they were in pretty good condition. And then the rains came. The rains came Friday night and early Saturday morning and turned it into what we see now. But honestly, the conditions and the dirt have been improving. There is Stu Baylor on screen. He looks a little bit... dejected there, but he has worked his way through that FMF PowerPoint. He's up the hill. There he is, smiling from his banquet photo. It was a great night for him. He loves to entertain us at the annual awards banquet. He's always got something interesting to say. And today he's doing a great job. Like I heard you guys mention many times, he said he was out on a trail ride today. And I tell you what, 4th place overall, that is a very, very fast-paced trail ride.
Hey, Johnny, something to point out. We were talking about Trevor Bollinger. He was back in that, 31st place position. He is now inside the top 20. He's 17th place overall now after this 5th lap of racing complete. Just saw him check in, and wow, way to go, TB, man.
4 points. He's at 4 points right now. There is. Look at the lower. Oh, it's gone now. But just there was the picture of Stu. That is from the annual awards banquet at the Waterfront Hotel in Morgantown, West Virginia. Stu is a character on and off the track, a phenomenal talent, absolute character. And, when you get him all lubed up and get him up on stage there, and he loosens up, normally very tight-lipped.
You never know what you're going to get.
You just never know what you're going to get.
I love Stu. I understand that they had a card game here the other night. Stu Baylor was involved. He was one of the late ones to come in, but there were several riders, including, I think, Caleb Russell and some of the track crew were all playing. But from what I understand, Stu walked away a little lighter pocketed than what he came in.
Over the years, there's been a lot of side gambling that goes on here, and Stu always seems to be the big loser, unfortunately. We used to flip quarters for $20 bills, and Stu would come on, but man, I lost $600. And it was like, Stu, we were there for 8 minutes. Yeah, I know. There's Ricky Russell on screen. We did see Josh Toth just coming by, our XC2 Pro Lights leader. And here we see a nice drone shot, and that is Caleb Russell charging his way through the ruts on that FMF KTM factory racing machine. He's hammered down, and he is checking in for what will be his lap 6 complete. Okay. And this is going to be where we find out right now. If we see a white flag,
we're going to see a 2-car, because right now I'm doing the math. If you add 20 minutes to 2:13, you're only going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of about 2:40 or so anyway. So yeah, we're going to have to go the 8 laps. It looks like.
Yeah, if we as it ended right now, it'd be 2:46. Or I'm sorry, 2:30. 6
right
would be the lap or the total time. 2 lap card, so it's going to be an 8-lap race.
So an 8-lap race is what these guys are in store for. Lap 6 in the history books for Caleb Russell, as the leader enjoying a 49.5-second lead over Thad Duvall last check. And as Johnny pointed out, Thad and Caleb both seem to be running nearly mirrored lap times and so forth, but one rider a little better on one portion of the track while another excels on the other portion of the track. And right now I think as much as anything at this point for Thad Duvall, it's going to take either A, major mistake, mechanical failure, or something like that by Caleb Russell, maybe some some lap traffic to really slow things down to let him close that gap up whenever he's on the fast part of his ride there.
Looks like Caleb Russell coming into the pits here. He is going to get another splash of fuel. We'll see if he takes some fresh goggles as well. Looks like he is going to go ahead and get some clear vision. He has gotten that fuel. He's going to take a drink bottle, and he knows he's got to go do this 2 more times. 6 laps in the books, 2 to go, and he's clocking back to work. There is Thad Duvall, and he is now through the finish line, and the gap is, Rodney?
1 minute, 12 seconds, 0.8. So basically a minute and 13 seconds. So Thad, obviously, again, we go back to that. You can't see him. It's hard to know that pace, and it's harder to push because you don't have that incentive. So that might be where Thad is at this particular point. He may be just looking at it. No sense in riding over my head. No sense in taking any unnecessary chances. A second-place position will yield a lot better points than then ending up on my head and finishing outside the top 20 or further back.
I'll tell you what, 2 things that came into my mind before today's race. After having ridden the track yesterday, I'll be honest with you, I this being a Thad Duvall track. Not saying that I thought for sure he was going to win or anything like that, but I thought this was going to be a Thad Duvall track. I thought he was going to be absolutely on top of his game, which Thad, I will say, being out there, seeing some of the woods, seeing the fields, Thad Duvall is absolutely shredding. If I were to give this overall trophy away based on who looks the fastest, Thad Duvall gets the trophy today, bar none. He looks great, but something between his riding style and this track is just not translating like I had expected it to. Still riding phenomenally. Second place is a great points day, very much still being where he needs to be. If he can't win, he's got to be where he's at, which is second. The other thing is, I did not anticipate Caleb Russell with as much strength as this track takes to ride, as heavy as this dirt is. We talked about that earlier. He's still kind of coming back from that shoulder surgery that he had, and he has been saying that he wasn't quite at 100%. We're today taking so much upper body strength as we see Josh Toth on screen, and man, I feel like we haven't talked about this guy enough yet.
I know, and I keep feeling the same thing. He's got a phenomenal ride. The only thing is he's there by himself. There's nobody pressuring. He's not pressuring anyone else. All the action has been taking place in front of him and behind him. I guess, in a sense, it's a great way to ride on a day like today, especially when you're going for your first podium as a rookie.
I tell you what, Josh Toth has been slowly building momentum these last couple races, winning that full gas sprint enduro 1 round ago, besting his teammate Caleb Russell, and being rock solid, consistent all weekend with his test scores and his times, getting the overall, and then obviously coming into Camp Coker, a disappointing performance for him, but we keep not really maybe putting enough emphasis on how well he was riding before that crash. He was up battling for nearly a podium place position throughout the first part of that race.
Interesting, and I was telling DQ about this earlier, Johnny. I don't know if you heard or not, but we were talking about that. Josh said that, that a lot of the problems whenever he was going into Camp Coker, and he realized is that he was really overexerting himself, and he had kind of pushed himself farther than what he really should have been pushing, so he was a little tired. He said he took a little time off, and the best thing for him was the rest. He said the rest has changed everything for him.
Yeah, and it shows today, and even last weekend. He went back up home, rejuvenated, visited his home area, and he raced the J-Day series up there, which is a 2:45-minute moto format.
It was at Southwick, was it not?
Yeah, it was at Southwick, MX338, and it's a GP, so it goes into the woods, but it uses some of the moto track, rough sand track, and Josh Toth put it on the boys, beating his teammate Ben Kelly, beating all the local guys, and when I say local guys, those guys up there are sand specialists, and we see that even on the National Motocross Series, when those guys come and do that MX338, you always see a local hero. Jimmy Dakotas, those guys will go up there and win motos even. So he's been riding very, very well, very impressive. And, can't say enough about how well he's riding. And, Rodney, to your point there with him saying he took that rest and he's been riding better, not everybody works the same. You know, some guys need to grind themselves into the dirt and beat themselves harder. And when they're at their most worn down is when they find their resolve and they dig, and that's when they perform their best. Some guys just kind of have to do their own thing, and it frustrates their trainers sometimes, their team managers, their fathers, if they're young. But, some guys just dance to their beat of their own drum. And, speaking with Charlie Mullins and some of the guys last year, comparing Ben Kelly and Josh Toth, which we do a lot. They're from the same area. They traveled. They showed up around the same time. Now they ride for the same team. They're two incredibly different human beings that perform at their best in different conditions. Charlie's exact words were, Josh likes his pizza. Basically, Ben Kelly will do whatever you tell him to do, eat whatever you tell him to eat, and he just gets better and better. He builds off that confidence of having someone guide him. Josh likes his pizza. Not saying he doesn't eat well and he doesn't train, but
I know what
he
you're
wants
saying.
pizza. Occasionally he might even want a soda, and he wants some time off. And when he's happy, he rides his best.
That makes a lot of sense because, physically you can do so much, but you got to have that mental edge too. You can be strong physically, but you got to be able to go mentally strong as well. And Caleb Russell making his way through these final laps now, and again, just seeming to cut through those woods like nobody's business. And speaking of cutting through the woods, look at the lines that have been cut. There are so many lines, 50, 60 lines through there, it looked like.
Yeah, that's, again, talking about the soil here and the track conditions. It's gotten better and better and better, but to get to the good dirt, we had to dig through all the wet dirt. And now what you end up with is ruts, and that's what's all the way around this course. So as these guys are working their way through, you can see this is right off the right after where we just saw these guys in VP Fuels Pro Row. This is just into the woods, not even to the 2-mile marker yet. And it's, the course is treacherous, but it is very traversable, and it's an excellent racetrack. And you guys have brought it up. I am surprised we have not seen more bar-to-bar battling. And, yesterday, it's kind of funny, DQ, yesterday we saw, I believe it was the top 5 were basically wheel-to-wheel nearly the entire race, separated by, you couldn't even do it by seconds, you had to do it by inches.
Yeah, I was going to say it.
Today,
totally different day.
Completely different. We're talking 40-second gaps. We're talking minute gaps. We're talking riders spread out. There we see Stu Baylor now coming through VP Fuels Pro Row. Looks like he's going to take some fuel and some fresh goggles. He is now in that 4th place overall position again, saying he was out for a trail ride. Heck of a ride for a trail ride, right, buddy?
I wish I could trail ride 4th place overall. That would be pretty crazy.
Yeah. Baylor's an incredible talent. There we see now that is Ben Kelly. He is checked in through scoring with now 6 laps complete, still leading the way in that XC2 Pro Lights class. And he is up into still that 5th place overall. So, you know what? He is actually probably getting relatively close to Stu Baylor on corrected time. I'm going to sneak by you here, DQ, and I'm going to steal Rodney's computer and see if I can get live scoring up to see, because we may have Ben Kelly making a run at an overall 5th place spot at 23:35 lap time. So he's 15 seconds faster than Stu Baylor on that last lap. I don't know where the refresh button is. I'm a Mac guy. Talk to me. DQ's running the computer for me now, folks. He's the technological wizard here.
Not really. I'm just switching between classes because it's the only way I know how to refresh it.
And so now we're looking at it. So Ben Kelly with an elapsed time of time scanned of 15:33. The elapsed time of 2 hours, 20 minutes, and 19 seconds. So he is 17 seconds behind Stu Baylor for that 4th place overall position. So those are important points in that overall championship hunt, and also the rider that ends up with that each number is the number they run on their bike. And in the case of many of these guys, they only run the number 1. They keep their assigned number, but it's still their overall earned number for the year. So Kelly in pursuit of Stu Baylor and also in pursuit of the 4th place now overall position. So we were talking earlier about how that 250F may be a disadvantage. Look at those ruts. That looks like a pro motocross track after 4 30+2s.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say the 250F, but he's got a lighter weight bike too. So there's advantages and disadvantages, kind of like the 125 situation we talked about earlier. Me personally, I don't like a fast bike, so I'd pick the 250F.
Yeah, and Ben's making it work today, working up into now a 5th place overall position. And there we see Stu Baylor. He is through there at the 2-mile marker. And the next rider we should see. Now, this will be Stu at our second camera shot here as they come into the Monster Mile. So he's through that Monster banner at 2 hours, 23 minutes, and 16 seconds. We'll see what the gap is back to Ben Kelly. Now, remember, there's a minute on corrected time. So he's got a minute. And we last saw he was 17 seconds off of Stu Baylor once they correct the time. So he basically has a minute 17 to get to that. I already forgot the time. It was 2:23:16, I believe, was his time coming by there through that monster can in the Monster Mile. So we'll see. He may be making a run at that. Don't know if his pit crew is actually giving him an update on where he's at on that overall. I think at this point, this late in the race, they're probably just having him focus on that XC2 Pro Lights class win. But again, Stu Baylor doesn't really have a rider that close in front of him with being a 3-minute and 8-second gap to Josh Toth. He doesn't have all that motivation to go forward. If he falls into too much of a trail ride pace, he may end up giving up that overall position to Ben Kelly.
Yeah, it's going to be close to call here, and he may be faster on the first half of the track, kind of like Thad, where it may be, hey, he's ahead right now, but we come back around to the finish line and he's no longer ahead again.
Well, here we go. 2:24.16 would be 1 minute, so we're at 1 minute right now. And there is Ben Kelly, so he's coming. We're at a minute 4, minute 5, minute 6, minute 7. So
10
we're at
seconds made right
yep,
there.
So we're at 10 right there. Actually, 11 seconds is what he is behind. So he has made up from 17 to 11. He made up 6 seconds in 2 miles of racetrack. So now he drops that 17-second deficit to Stu Baylor in the overall. Even though he continues to lead that XC2 Pro Lights class, he is now only 11 seconds out of that 4th place overall position.
And he looks like he's on a roll. He doesn't look like he's out for a trail ride, kind of like Stu.
Well, and we keep making mention of the fact that Stu is out for a trail ride. I guess that was said in a pre-race interview. I missed that part, but I'll tell you what, hats off to Stu Baylor. If that's a trail ride, man, I hope he never decides to go race pace because he's going to destroy these guys if he does, because he is absolutely flying out there. 4th place overall at the moment. Again, Ricky Russell back in action. There he is now, still in that 6th place overall position. Another rider that we have talked about a lot today, but maybe not enough. He's really impressed me today, coming back straight off the couch, right to battling for a top 5, and actually battling for a top 3 position throughout much of this race early.
Yeah, coming off the couch mid-season, that I haven't seen a guy do that in a long time. It's in my mind unheard of. So hats off to him, because that's abnormal as can be.
Well, in the battle of the off-the-couch racers, we also have Grant Baylor coming back from surgery as well, and he is, as we last had checked, he had caught up to Andrew DeLong, had not quite made the pass yet, but I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see exactly what the overall works out to be. They should be checking in. I'm going to sneak by you here again and see if those guys have checked in, and that could be another rider who's up. Last we saw, he was Grant Baylor was 8th place overall, 7th place in that XC1 Pro class, 13 seconds behind Andrew DeLong, and that was with 5 laps complete. Those riders have not yet checked in with 6 laps complete, and I actually think we had an opportunity to speak with Grant Baylor before this race got started today to get his thoughts on coming back and all things GNCC.
It's been a while since I've been out here.
Yeah, I can tell. I've not seen this kind of nervous energy ever come from you, Grant. And, you're talking, well, I guess probably since you raced at GNCC, it's been since October, so that's probably been closer to 8-9 months that we're talking about now. So it has been a long time since you lined up. This energy you got, it's a nervous energy. Is it, are you excited about getting back out here?
Yeah, definitely, and I'm excited to see where I stand. I've been working with the new trainer this year, the last couple months, and I'm looking forward to see how that pays off.
All right, folks, here we are back in action. We were talking about the Grizzly Grant. Rodney gave him that name at the end of last year, and Grizzly Grant is getting grizzly late in this one. Fresh off the couch, and in the battle of the off-the-couch racers, DQ, you were just talking about it, it may actually become a physical battle here within the next lap of racing. Grant Baylor has worked his way around Andrew DeLong, has put 2 minutes and 7 seconds on DeLong, and chiseled that gap to the rider in front of him, which is now his off-the-couch battling partner of Ricky Russell, has that gap down now to 1 minute and 19 seconds. His lap time, the previous lap, Grant Baylor ran a lap time of 23:38. Ricky Russell was 23:59. So he was about 20 seconds faster with a minute 19. But here's the thing. That may not look like that much on paper, but what happens when Grant Baylor knows he's catching somebody? Throttle to the stops, the cable is stretching, the elbow's down on his knee, and all he thinks about is trees
hanging off the back, and he's on a mission.
Trees beware, Grant Baylor coming through.
I'm entertained, Johnny. I'm sorry.
Rodney, you eat away over there. We're good.
I'm eating my protein pack.
Rodney's got to eat his P3 protein pack. It's a long weekend of announcing for this guy. He's been at it since 8 a.m. on Saturday morning, and even all the pre-race hype leading up to it. We did see Ben Kelly work his way by our camera shot here at the FMF PowerPoint, the leader still in that XC2 Pro Lights class. And this is a rider that's now we can't neglect to mention the fact that this is round 5 and he is looking for win number 5. So far carrying the perfect season. Sure, he would be not happy about us starting to talk about it. Nobody likes when you talk about the perfect season. But this is a rider that absolutely is charging, and he's now battling up, potentially looking to take away that 4th place spot from. Oh, we got something hanging off of Jordan Ashburn's bike.
We're
hearing.
Right radiator shroud was hanging off
DQ, the legitimate mechanic in the group, says that was his right radiator shroud. The eagle eye of DQ picks it out. Oh, look at this. Caleb Russell down. he's down, he's laying in the mud, he was up quickly, but we don't know exactly how much time he lost. We'll have to wait and see if we can get Thad Duvall in this same camera shot. There we go. So there is Russell. He is out of screen from that second camera shot at 29:17. So we'll have to wait and see just how much time he lost while he was laying on the ground there.
Yeah, that section we thought it was getting better, but maybe it's starting to get deeper again. It's one of those switching around, and maybe a water broke loose somewhere and it's flooding that area out, you know?
It looked like Caleb actually had kind of careened off and down into the water there, so not sure exactly how much time he lost, but it looked pretty muddy, and he was getting some encouragement from a spectator and a fan there saying, hey, buddy, you better get going. Thad Duvall wants that first-place spot that you're currently occupying, so I think we may be waiting for Thad right now, and there is Thad. Looked like him. I believe that was Thad. DQ used to wrench for him. Was that Thad?
That was not Thad.
That was not
Every
Thad?
lap
Okay.
that guy's got me. Wrong color helmet.
Wrong color helmet?
That is not.
That's Thad. That is absolutely Thad. Yes, that is Thad. So there is Thad Duvall. So it is still over a minute. But he did chip away at it a little bit. It was a minute 20, minute 13.
Minute 13
and now
after
it's
the
down
last
right about a minute. So Caleb gave up about 10 to 15 seconds there with that little bobble where he was laying in the creek doing a little bit of backstroke. No time for that, Caleb. You got a race to try and win. Thad Duvall will be encouraged to see that he has dropped that gap back down to nearly a minute. May reinvigorate him in his charge to go after that lead. Because this is the side of the track that normally Caleb Russell is faster on. So if all of a sudden Thad sees that he made ground on that side, that could be just the shot in the arm that he needs to really wick things up and make this a race to the checkers.
Yeah, and if anybody wants a set of those antlers, it's got to be Thad Duvall. He's an avid collector.
Well, he got that set in 2017, and I'm sure he'd like to make it a match set with another set this year. So a phenomenal trophy. And I believe last year Caleb, I think, did win this race. I left. Becca broke her face off, so I was at the emergency room. But I remember Caleb saying that I think he had won this one. So I think he did finally get his set of antlers.
That's good. We got a stack up here. It looks like in the PowerPoint now. So we'll see as Josh Toth comes up in the next guy through, if this guy gets out of the way or.
And that is kind of a one-line section there, DQ. If Toth comes up over that blind and this guy hasn't gotten out of the way, he may have some troubles here of being able to get through this section at all, because you can see those lines to our right, the rider's left, are very deep and full of water. You don't want to go in there if you don't have to.
No, early in the race, that was the main line, and it's just gotten so bad that everybody's having to go to the rider's right now on the way down the hill, and that's right where that guy was down. So.
And there is Josh Toth. Oh, look at all kinds of squirreling. And maybe that's what happened to Caleb Russell. He came down that hill and looks like it's getting real slick. You can see him doggy paddling through there. Not often that you see your top XC1 studs. We've just gotten a update from our producer, Adam Gordon, who says that we have actually heard from our camera guy that what happened there was Caleb Russell came down the downhill a little too hot, flopped the bike over in the water, and lost a good 20 seconds by the time he picked the bike up and got going. So if he gave up 20 seconds again, that drops it down around to that minute that we were talking about. And here's the other thing. Caleb Russell now has been laying in the water, potentially having...
I was going to say, yeah, and it's on the airbox side of the bike. He could have taken on water.
Or even wet gloves. It's hard to hang on to those grips with wet gloves. He might now need to stop for goggles, losing another couple seconds. This could prove a pivotal moment in this race. We'll see if Caleb can regroup. I mean, surely not the first time he has ever fallen in the water, but not the kind of thing you want to do as you're coming near the end.
I would say not at the 2.5 hour mark.
Yeah, 2.5 hour mark of a race like this, where you've ridden, at least to us, seemingly a pretty uneventful race to this point. He's just slowly stretched that gap out all day long. Got it up to 40 seconds on the second lap, or first lap actually, and then just slowly stretched it out from there up to over a minute. Now we see it back down to possibly under a minute, maybe less. We'll see. They'll be checking in. This is the 7-mile marker, so in about 3 more miles here, we should see him checking in with lap number 7 complete, and a white flag will be waving.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting, Johnny. I'm hoping to see a battle on our hands. If Caleb has wet gloves or whatever may happen, it could tighten things up. And there's another guy down in that same creek. So apparently he took the Caleb Russell line there. And
well, DQ, we saw riders on the first lap kind of riding that edge to the left, and there was some good dirt there. They were trying to get out of those ruts. Right where that guy's basically rear wheel was good topsoil. And this is what happens. It goes away, and then you get greedy, and you say, hey, man, this line worked last lap, and it just keeps getting narrower and narrower until eventually what happens is your front wheel goes on one side, your rear wheel goes in the other, and next thing you know, you're laying there and the bike's on top of you, or you're looking back at it going, well, I was just riding that thing, and now I'm not. Look at this guy. He's having a struggle even getting that thing picked up. Low side trying to pick up a 260-pound dirt bike is no joke. That's a heavy machine full of mud. He's going to drag that front wheel around, and that is proper technique for re-uprighting your upside-down dirt bike here in GNCC racing.
There you go. He's got the electric start, and oh, man.
Not so proper technique there. He had the right idea, just didn't quite close it out.
Definitely interesting. We'll where we see them next at the finish line, you think?
Yes, we will see them over at the finish line will be the next shot. I believe we have them at, which again is about 3 to 4 miles from where they are currently, about 4 miles past this point here at the 7 mile marker.
Here at the power point shortly also.
Yeah, Stu should be coming by. We should also, we should see Ben Kelly. And again, we should probably try to keep an eye on that gap. There is Stu. Good eye, DQ. You must have known he was coming. So 2 hours, 35 minutes, 3 seconds as they came into that section of track there. And not sure we're kind of flashing ahead here. That was a rider ahead of Stu.
Stu's coming up the hill right now.
Yeah, that must have been a lap rider. I was thinking, I don't think that was Ben Kelly. He couldn't have made up a minute on him that quick.
Whoa, where's this guy going?
But it looks like we may possibly be able to catch Ben Kelly as he comes down that same downhill. If we can get that same shot, we can get a gap. We know it was 11 seconds he needed to make up on Stu Baylor, give or take, because he was about 1 minute and 11 behind on corrected time. So he needed to make up just a little bit there more and before he could be laying claim to that 4th place overall position. And he is still working towards that. This is not Kelly here. And we are approaching that 1 minute mark. I believe it was 35:03. I think I said it was.
Yeah, we should be really close.
So we're about a minute coming up here in about 3 seconds, and we do not still see Ben Kelly. We do have some riders out in the finish line section that is not Caleb Russell, but we are waiting him. The 2-lap card still in hand for Ricky Towery, and the next thing we will see will be the white flag, and there is Ben Kelly. Wow, look at how slick that's gotten.
Yeah, it must be a little water hole up at the top there, because that hill was pretty good earlier, so that's definitely not what we expected to happen in that area of the course. We were talking about how good that was earlier.
Yeah, it was some of the better dirt. Now it's really gone away. So that was 23 seconds, I believe, or I'm sorry, 35:03 to 36:23. So it looks like about a 20-second gap is what Stu now has. It was 17, it was down to 11, now it's back up to about 20. So that's definitely not exactly what Ben Kelly wanted, but Stu Baylor may have gotten the memo and said, hey, Ben Kelly's coming for you. It's time to get out there and get on the gas if you want to get back ahead.
Time to brisken up your trail ride.
The trail ride pace is back on torrid pace, and he's pulling away from Ben Kelly. He is trying to, lay claim and hold on to that 4th place position that he's ridden so well to maintain today. Again, if it's a day that you're out for a trail ride, 4th place overall is a pretty phenomenal finish in my mind.
Oh, yeah, I can't say enough about that. With a bum knee and everything else he's got going on. Is that Thad right there?
That is Thad Duvall. So that would mean Caleb Russell is checking into the finish line, and there he is. Now, folks, that is not a minute from where Thad was at until where Caleb is. So we're going to wait and see here. We're going to get the official time. It will be on our live scoring. But Thad Duvall is going to find out that he has made up some time on Caleb Russell. There is Thad. He does still have to go all the way down this straightaway, go through the finish line chicanes, and back out. But I'm going to say this is going to be less than a minute that he is behind Caleb Russell.
Yeah, we're going to we could have a battle here at the finish. He's definitely looks like he's wicked it up a little bit, and we got to wait until we get to the finish line. But yeah, I'd say definitely close the gap back up from minute 13 of the last lap.
I'm going to say it's going to be about 40 seconds.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably exactly what it is.
43.8 seconds is the gap. So Thad Duvall now reinvigorated 1 minute and 12 seconds last lap. So it looks like Caleb Russell is going to bypass the pits, so not an issue where he needs goggles or gloves, but the time that he lost in that ravine hanging out in the creek there is looming large now, and he's on the charge with 1 lap left, trying to put the finishing touches on this thing, knowing that he's got 43.8 seconds to work with over Thad Duvall. Keeping in mind, last lap he lost 30 seconds, or should say Thad gained 30 seconds based on the math of what we're looking at here.
Exactly, and watching this and waiting, we see that the lap traffic is starting to get pretty thick out here, and again, that might slow down. You look at the lap times right now: 23:31, a 23:02, so 28-second faster lap time for Thad Duvall. Like you said, maybe 15, 20 seconds if that was on the downside. But remember, you mentioned he went down in the water. Remember, you talked about the gloves and the possibility of them being wet. This might be the other 8 seconds that we were looking at, and this could play a big factor in this. Now, again, he misses the pit stop, didn't stop, so evidently he didn't feel that was necessarily enough to make him stop. But at the momentum that we see being gained by Thad Duvall right now, this last lap of racing, always the uncertainty out there with the lap traffic. Who knows what this finish could be like?
Yeah, Thad Duvall's on a charge, and he's only got one thing on his mind, and that is track down Caleb Russell. All day long, aside from the first couple corners, he really hasn't been able to see Caleb. Caleb was able to get around Ricky Russell and the riders in front of him, put a gap between himself and Thad, and he's held that gap and even stretched it all day long. Now here we see Josh Toth. Toth still in that third-place spot, and again, a phenomenal ride today for this young man. Fresh out of the XC2 class. This would be his first outright podium in the XC1 class. One more lap to go to put the finishing touches on this one, and he's got a pretty healthy gap. Last we had seen, the next rider behind him was Stu Baylor, and he had 3 minutes and 8 seconds to work with. So, not to count chickens before they hatch, but Toth really having a pretty comfortable margin of error there, so he can go out, ride smooth this last lap, and celebrate on the podium with the sweet, sweet spray of champagne here in about another 23 minutes.
Another rider that we've been watching, Trevor Bollinger, who had dropped back to as far as 31st place position is what we saw him checking in at. Checking in again a couple laps later in the 16th place position. And getting some reports that Trevor's obviously man on a mission out there, and actually a couple of sections out there really awing the crowd and the mechanics and stuff out in the woods. But one thing they said last time, there was a hill, I think it was out by that FMF PowerPoint, there was a log at the top of the hill, and he was kind of like jumping over the log and jumping down the hill, and everyone was pretty excited about that. They were waiting for him to do it again. He'd fallen back a little bit, and then when he did finally come through, they said the rear fender, there seemed to be some problems there, so it looks like that maybe some sort of an issue or something might have popped up for Trevor Bollinger.
Well, actually, the rear fender and side panels have been gone since the pit stop. They took those off and never replaced them when they were making the mechanical repairs.
Well, maybe they didn't recognize that.
Yeah, to the rear of the machine. Yeah. That was one thing that his mechanics did say there was that they left some parts off that were unnecessary. Some number plates, some fenders. They said he doesn't need that stuff. All he needs is a wheel, a seat to sit on. We got that back on, and he's on the throttle and he's hammered down.
No, that's a good question. I mean, is there any? I mean, is there? What would that do for the ergonomics?
Well,
of it?
Ergonomics, not anything.
Nothing
but
really.
if this were a wetter race, not having a rear fender and not having side panels, that would allow water and mud to get into the airbox, into the air filter, and also not having a rear fender, that's throwing water up onto the rider, down your neck, down your back, and that's just kind of annoying throughout the race. You wouldn't think it affects your performance, but I can assure you, you go out and you ride when you're soaking wet and muddy, you ride a whole lot better when you're dry and comfortable. But tell you what, Trevor Bollinger being rewarded for his efforts, and the reward for him today is currently 16th place overall after being outside the top 50 when he rejoined the race. Right. 16th overall pays 5 points, and here's another interesting point. 3.7 seconds behind Corey Buttrick, and another point in those valuable championship standings.
I'd be really interested to look at his lap times to see what his times would be compared to Caleb's and Thad's while he's moving forward.
Here's your answer. 23 minutes and 10 seconds was his last lap time.
Wow.
He was faster than everyone on the track except for Thad Duvall, who turned a 23:02.
Right.
So he was 8 seconds off of Thad Duvall, but keeping in mind that's coming through traffic with no one to chase. He is motivated, he is hammering, and he is doing all that he can do to try and get back up there and salvage some points today. Because, again, and this is what's in the mind of an XC1 or XC2 rider. You know, as an XC1 rider, there is no such thing as class points. They don't count. They don't do anything. You're just thinking overall points. Overall points works differently from all the point structures and all the other classes. It's a 30 point for a win, 25 for second, 21 for third. Here we see Stu Baylor coming through now. This is your fourth place overall rider, and last we had seen he had stretched out that gap a little bit to about 20 seconds on corrected time over Ben Kelly, and still running fourth also in that XC1 Pro class. But yeah, Bollinger needs overall points. That's what counts for the championship. That's what counts for your overall rankings at the end of the year, and that's what he's trying to do right now. You know, maybe his currently looks to be let's see, I guess he would be in the XC1 Pro class with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 riders ahead of him so he'd be 14th? No, sorry, 12th in the XC1 Pro class, 16th overall. It's not about his place in the XC1 class that he's worried about. It's that overall position and those points that he is working so hard to earn. And coming from a deficit of being at the semi, bike dismantled, and doing everything he can just to get back out on the track, I'll tell you what, this young man, it's looking like he's well within striking distance of 15th, about another minute 42 to Josh Strang. But keeping in mind, Trevor Bollinger ran a 23:10. Josh Strang's last lap time was a 25:34.
Wow.
So by that measure, he should be able to catch Josh Strang and 14th place overall. What a phenomenal comeback that would be for a guy that was in the pits while the rest of these guys were racing.
That's pretty amazing, and being in the pits getting his bike worked on did not really affect his thought process. Like, it didn't mess with him. There's some guys that, you have a bike problem, they come into the pits, they lose all coherence to, hey, I need to finish this race. They just go out like a crazy person and usually end up wadding into a tree or dropping their bike into a water hole.
As we look at Ben Kelly checking in, he is still in that 5th place spot in the overall, and he is now 1 minute and 16 seconds behind Stu Baylor, even on corrected time. So last lap, it was 17 seconds. This lap, 1 minute and 16. So Stu Baylor on the throttle. Let's look at what his lap time was. Stu Baylor with a 23:36. Ben Kelly with a 23:43 lap time. Something's not adding up there. Am I doing math wrong here? Because last lap he was only 17 seconds behind. Maybe that was 2 laps ago now. I think we're losing track.
Right.
But
How many laps are so quick.
There's been 163 laps today. Ben Kelly in the pits getting a drink bottle, and he's back off on his way. But man, it's still a phenomenal ride for him, even in that 5th place overall. Obviously, he's wanting more. We know he's wanting overall podiums. He secretly tries to act like he doesn't, but he really wants to get that overall win. Today's not going to be the day, but he's hard on the throttle and in pursuit still of keeping that perfect season and the dream alive.
Rough and rowdy. I'm pretty impressed with Ricky. The early part of the race, I could expect the adrenaline and obviously all that to play a big factor in what was going on with the early part of his race. But he's ridden solid today. I mean, even though he hasn't been necessarily a top 5 contender for a little while, he's had a really strong ride today, very consistent, and one that I think he can build monumentally off of for the rest of the season.
That's a huge building process. I've been running around there in 5th in XC1. That's huge. Coming right back in and jumping in there. I mean, Lane, he came back from an injury last race, and we were running around in 10th. I mean, he had a few falls and some stuff, but we were happy with coming back in 10th.
Oh, mercy. Josh Strang down on the hill, bike upside down. This is the FMF PowerPoint. And, again, even XC1 Pro riders finding this challenging. And not only is his bike down, but it was upside down, and he's trying to get it back to right. And
he's facing the wrong way on the hill, the whole 9.
Yeah.
Well, this is exactly what Trevor Bollinger needed. We said he had 1 minute and 43 seconds to make up on Strang, but was running over 1.5 minutes faster lap time. This does not bode well for Josh Strang. Been a struggle for him already today, and now with this, I think this puts him to within the grasp of Trevor Bollinger. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Bollinger coming over the hill here at any moment.
So is he going to have to turn around and come?
Go around.
Yeah, he's going all the way around.
Huh.
That's interesting to see that happen. And honestly, wow, I'm pretty impressed with how gnarly that hole has gotten leading up to that section of the race.
We kept talking about how good it was. Shows what we know.
Well, I guess line choice is obviously critical coming through there. So Josh Strang takes the long way around. I heard in the course description that it is a lot longer around, but you can go that way if you would like to go that way. But, I mean, taking a look at this hill, I mean, it really doesn't look that bad. I think they cut this out for you guys yesterday, right?
We ran a different variation of it. I think we went to the left and then came across at a 45. We did come down this downhill, though, I believe, if this is the one I'm thinking of. But I would have expected to see Trevor Bollinger by now, given all the time that Strang lost. So we'll see. I mean, he does still have a pretty good gap on Bollinger. Strang does, but he gave up a whole bunch of time there all at once.
Yeah, and I don't know exactly the mile marker of this, but they were close at the finish line, and you never know what happens the first half of the track. He can be slower, he can be faster. Second half, you may make it back up.
Grant Baylor, by the way, is checked in at the finish line in the 7th place position, just to give you an update on that. 56.6 seconds behind Ricky Russell. Lap time 24:19 for Ricky Russell, a 23:56, so some 23 seconds faster on that lap around was Grant Baylor than Ricky Russell, but he's going to have to hope for a little more than that if he intends to take the position away.
Rodney, I don't know if we missed Trevor Bollinger there, but that was Corey Buttrick, a rider that Bollinger was 3 seconds behind at scoring and over a 2-minute faster lap then. So I would have expected Bollinger would have been around. I don't know if it's possible that Strang may have had some troubles even before that, and Bollinger was already around, or in the process of all that filming, Bollinger took the go-around.
He took the go-around.
Don't know where. This is the beauty of Racer TV, folks. We're speculating on what we can see, or using what we can see to speculate what we can't. We will know, obviously, when these riders check in here in just a few moments. What we do know, Josh Strang really struggling with that FMF PowerPoint and losing a valuable amount of time. Corey Buttrick did come by on screen. We did not see Trevor Bollinger go by, but that does not mean he did not, either somewhere before Strang, just after Strang, went around while he was down. Don't know for sure, but we'll get an update for you as soon as we can. In Trevor Bollinger's quest for overall points after having a lengthy pit stop at the end of lap number 1.
We're watching the overall right now and checking in. Looks like about just under 11 minutes before we'll be seeing a checker flag fly for what we expect to be Caleb Russell taking the win here today if everything goes according to what we've seen and continues moving forward. And, of course, Thad Duvall in second. Looks like Josh Toth is in market for his first XC1 Pro podium there. And just to give you a heads up, 2 minutes and 3 seconds behind second place, but he has a 3-minute and 16-second lead now over Stu Baylor, who is the 4th place ride. Again, an impressive ride considering what he said earlier today about he was scared for his knee in these conditions because of the ruts and different things like that. So hopefully he's not, and I don't think he has ran into any issue. But Ricky Russell behind Ben Kelly on adjusted time. Ricky is 5th physically on the track right now, but 6th overall after time adjustments. Grant Baylor in 7th after time adjustments, and the one that we're waiting on, there they are, Craig DeLong and Andrew DeLong checking in. The younger brother, the number 10, Andrew DeLong, or Craig DeLong, the number 10, checking in just ahead of his brother Andrew DeLong in 8th place position. They are in different classes right now, but still a good show there for Andrew and Craig today, as Craig making his way back after injury.
Now, keep in mind, folks, Grant Baylor now only 56 seconds behind Ricky Russell. Last lap, it was 1 minute and 20 seconds, so he made up about 24 seconds on that last lap of racing, but 56 to go. Can Grant Baylor do it? What do you guys think? He is the king of the last lap charges, but Ricky Russell wants this bad. Ricky does not want to race all day long, battle as hard as he has, and lose out on a top 5 XC1 finish on the last lap of racing. He's going to dig and dig and dig, especially if they've let him know that Grant Baylor is coming.
That's what I was going to say.
Look at this. Folks, look at this. Is that Austin Lee?
That is Austin
Wow.
Lee.
Austin Lee, yeah. Down with a lapped rider, it looks like.
The always colorful mohawk, man. Austin Lee.
You can't miss him. The 1-2-3 machine, and that's a very important number for him.
He does love that number 1, 2, 3.
It's that simple.
He makes a salute to the rider that he had the altercation with there. Austin, a very colorful fella, very
adamant.
Very vocal when he likes things and when he doesn't. So I have a feeling he's going to have a talk with that rider after the race. But so he has now dropped out of that second place position. He was battling with Craig DeLong just a lap ago, and now he is how far back?
He is 3rd place in 1 minute and 52 seconds back, but still running 10th overall. I mean, that's looking good in the overall.
Oh, sure. Oh, look at this. Thad Duvall down now. This is where Caleb Russell had his struggles. No. Yes,
that is the same area, yeah.
That is the exact same spot, yes.
Yeah, it was the outside line, but it was the exact same spot. They came down, and Thad not losing quite as much time, but I don't know if we saw Caleb Russell come by here. Don't know what the gap was. We didn't get him on camera. We were watching the altercation with Austin Lee and a lapped rider. So we are now waiting to see, with Duvall through, that is still, we believe, our second place. Maybe we could get confirmation from our producer if Caleb Russell did come by that camera shot and we missed him. We're going to assume he had until we heard otherwise. And we know that gap was 43 seconds last we had known. And this was one of our last opportunities to see them before they'll actually show her. 34 seconds is what we're getting is the gap. So Thad had chiseled away another 9 seconds, but you got to assume he gave away 4 or 5 right there.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Gave him right back.
And is that Josh Toth coming down the hill? Or is that, can't be Jesse Ansley. It was one of the No, the rider in front of him there. That is Toth. There is Josh Toth coming. He is up the... No, that's
Ben Kelly.
Ben Kelly.
Nope,
No, Jesse Ansley.
Yeah.
Wow, they have lapped Jesse Ansley. Wow, that is...
Lapped into the top 20.
Wow.
Jesse Ansley is currently running...
Hang on just a second. He's 6 laps in.
He was 17th overall last I had checked, unless he's fallen out.
Still 17th and 6 laps with 6 laps down. He's got...
Yeah, because those guys will be completing 8, and he'll be... Wow, they have lapped up to 16th place overall.
Wow, that's... I don't know that I can ever... I mean, I'm sure it's happened, but this is the first time that it's ever really been obvious, I think, that we see that happening. But that's pretty impressive stuff. And, I mean...
I don't know that it ever has happened.
I don't either.
I don't think that the top, even
20.
the leader, have ever lapped into the top 20 before that I'm aware of. I mean, I'm not going to say in history, but that I can recall.
Right.
I remember it being a big deal at the Penton in about 2003 or 2004 there was a finish where I think the top 5 were all within 15 seconds of each other. I think I was 3rd or 4th on the day, came in, and we lapped up to, I think it was 22nd overall, and that was the closest we as ATV riders had ever come to lapping into the top 20 overall. So to see that, there is Josh Toth. That's the rider that we thought we were seeing a moment ago when it was actually our FMF XC3 class leader of Jesse Ansley. And again, he may be getting lapped, but let's not take anything away from this young man. In the top 20 overall on a 125cc machine today on a day like this, you know, DQ, you can attest to the fact how tough these conditions are, especially on a little tiddler bike like that. I know you think it's fun, but you're also a sadist, and that's kind of weird that you think it's fun to ride a tiny little bike in these conditions.
Yeah, I don't know. Everyone's like, you're going to race this weekend, DQ? I was like, really? It's not that muddy enough yet. It really isn't. So hats off to him putting it up there that far. Do you think, Johnny, 8 laps has a difference to do with why we're lapping so much further up?
Sure, absolutely. The shorter track, I mean, being that we're looking at, what is it, 20, our leaders are running 20, 23, 22. I think we saw earlier in the race, Caleb was down into, and Thad as well, 21-minute lap times. So it's not uncommon that we see riders in the top 20 more than 20 minutes off. So it's rare that we see lap times that short. I think the only place we've seen it in the past would be maybe Unadilla. We used to have 20, 22-minute lap times there. Most of our laps are up 26, 7, 8, sometimes even 30 minutes. So yeah, I think this course has been, forgiven what Mother Nature threw at us as wet as this place was before we came, and then the rain on Friday night and Saturday morning. The Racer Productions GNCC track crew did a phenomenal job putting a raceable course here together. We've seen virtually no bottlenecks all weekend long. We've seen great racing, and they even managed to make something out of the parking. There's not people stuck everywhere. They've made the best of it. But one thing that did suffer a little bit, I think, is the length of the race course. It's they're saying 11.2, and we have an 11-mile marker. But I think if we went out there with a pedometer or a GPS device, this course has been trimmed dramatically from when it was originally laid out. I think we're missing a few miles, which probably contributes to, like you said.
I would say so, but like the first year when we were here, 2017, I think we had to run like a 4-mile course. It was so bad. It still was taking 20 and 30 minutes. So the amount of rain and everything, they've done an amazing job. The property has held up really well. I mean, they've done a great job.
Well, I think another thing to take into consideration, DQ, it looks like Rodney's got something to say.
Yeah, I'm watching these riders check in right now, and we've been watching a lot of these riders. Craig DeLong, as we mentioned a few moments ago, he's moved into 8th place. Andrew DeLong is 9th place. Austin Lee still running solidly in that 10th place position. He is 2 minutes behind in that in third place of the class and second place, or excuse me, 10th place overall. But what I'm looking at is Jordan Ashburn and Trevor Bollinger. Ashburn, the 127, is now back in the 11 position overall. He turned a 26.06, but more importantly, 12th place overall now is the 7:39 of Trevor Bollinger, who turned a 23.04. Literally 3 minutes and 2 seconds faster lap time was Trevor Bollinger than Jordan Ashburn. He's 37.5 seconds behind, so in theory, we should be seeing actually Trevor Bollinger pass up into an 11th place position. Now, whether he'll make that top 10 overall today, I don't know, but this is pretty impressive to go from outside the top 50 now to knocking on the door of the top 10.
Well, that'd be 3.5 minutes he would need to make up on Austin Lee. Now, we did see Austin Lee had an altercation with a lapper, which could mess with his brain a little bit.
After the
but
finish,
that would be 10th place overall is what he would need to get to. Hit 37 seconds to Jordan Ashburn for 11th place. 10th would be Austin Lee. He would need to make up about 3.5 minutes to get to that. Not unthinkable.
No,
but man, even 11th place over 12th, where he's at right now, is way better than I ever anticipated. Not taking anything away from.
You were just hoping he'd get a point today.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, and I've been in that position before. I've been in the pits, or I've had that bad first lap. There was actually a race last year where I was all the way back behind the B guys on the first. It was at Camp Coker. I was all the way back behind the B riders, and I came through, and they told me I forget what it was, 91st overall or something like that. And I thought, man, I'm 12 hours from home. I didn't come here to not score a point. At that point, like 20th is never the goal, obviously, but at that moment, 20th becomes the goal. And I just told my pit crew when I came in, I said, tell me when I break into the top 20. And the next lap, I got a pit board. I think I was 30th. And the lap after that, I was already into the top 20. But it's crazy because I think I ended up 10th overall on that day, which is where I would normally finish on a good day. But at one point, I was outside. I think I was actually 11th overall. But the point is, when you're riding from the back like that, you have nothing to lose, and you're so motivated. You're not worried about, am I losing 2 seconds to this guy? Am I not hitting this rut right? You're just brain off, throttle on, going, and that is exactly what Trevor Bollinger is doing. And man, it's not out of the question to think that later in the season Trevor Bollinger could be in the thick of this championship hunt, and certainly in the thick of a hunt for an overall podium position in the series. And these points are going to come in huge.
They are, and we are just moments away from a checker flag right now as we look at the clock. Our leader due in about a minute, actually, as we take a look at when is due, 52 seconds according to timing and scoring. And there he is, Johnny Gallagher.
There he is. Caleb Russell coming through the final straightaways, and this is it, folks. He's putting the finishing touches on this one. Maybe that last lap or so, last lap and a half, wasn't the prettiest, but it looks like he is going to get the job done.
Well, I tell you, when the season started out, it was obviously a challenging one. We've seen the different winners. We've seen Stu Baylor take a win. We've seen Thad Duvall take a win. We've seen now Caleb Russell take 2 wins for the 2019 season. And as we approach the finish line and the 3-hour mark of this race, actually a little over 3 hours right now, and we are ready to make history yet again as Caleb Russell going to make it back-to-back wins, not only here at the X Factor GNCC, but back-to-back here in 2019 as Caleb Russell takes the checkers and win number 57 as he caps another one off as the all-time wins leader in the two-wheel side of things. Win number 57, and Caleb Russell sets another record here today at X Factor GNCC, as well gains a few extra points in his championship hunt here for the 2019 season. And wow, what a day. 57 wins for Caleb Russell now, back-to-back here at the X Factor, back-to-back wins for the season. It looks like he may be getting ready to really go on a major tear as far as this season is concerned, but he's got this guy right here to be concerned about, because look at this, 7 seconds is all that Thad, I didn't even see it in the camera shot, but 7.9 seconds is all that Thad Duvall was behind Caleb Russell. Remember, with 2 laps to go, a minute, nearly 20 seconds is what separated those 2 riders. If this is any indication of what the future holds, man, when we hit John Penton in Ohio in 2 weeks, I know both those riders love it. That's the Russell family farm. He grew up there. That's his legacy there. That ground belongs to him as a legacy, but it also belongs to Thad Duvall because that's where Thad Duvall grew up.
Cut his teeth there.
Cut his teeth racing motocross.
His
hair scrambles, everything. Won his first race there. So John Penton's going to be a monumental race when these 2 roll in, and both of them have got some big incentives, I think.
Yeah, I can't wait for the John Penton. I think it's going to be the battle royale. They both ride well there. There's no disadvantage to either one at that property, so it's going to be a great one.
Auntie Collin, the KTM team manager, now talking with Caleb Russell as they chat post-race information there, and of course Auntie telling them you held on to it, you did what you needed to do, and it doesn't matter what the gap is. And how about it as we watch the 206 now, I believe, making it. Oh, okay, so he's a lap down.
Yep.
But he's going to finish. I still think he's going to be 17th place or 16th place even as he comes in. So Jesse Ansley coming around, a lap down, but yet still a top 20 overall ride.
16th.
For that number 1. Yeah, 16th place overall. He gained a spot on that last lap, believe it or not. Still waiting on the 3rd place ride, though, of Josh Toth, who was some 2 minutes, and I expect a load farther back, at least 3 or so farther back now. And also Stu Baylor in 4th place, who was another 3:16. And there's Josh Toth making his way in now. And look at that, man. He's still riding with a good fever and still pushing here at the end. You can see he's still got plenty of energy. And you know this rookie has got to be excited as Josh Toth takes his first podium as a rookie here in the XC1 class in 2019. That's your top 3 overall, and top 3 of the XC1 Pro class. Caleb Russell, Thad Duvall, and Josh Toth checking in with us here, capturing big moments as far as today's racing is concerned. And you can see it in his eyes right now. He hasn't even got his helmet off, and look how big that smile is. It's all right there in his eyes. It's written all in his face. And as he takes that helmet off, look at that. He can't hold it back. That smile right there is basically a part of him right now, and he cannot change that. Here comes, is that another number 1 checking in? Is that our number
that
1?
Was an XC2 guy, but
yeah, Ben Kelly, I believe, might be checking in next. Maybe not. Let's see. We're looking for Stu Baylor next, I guess, actually physically on the racetrack. Then Ben Kelly, I think, will be coming right around that time with Ricky Russell. I'm still curious to see what Stu Baylor's going to do. He had that major push there, 23:36 last time around. He made up some big time as far as the...
it'll be interesting to see him and Ben what it transpires. I know Ben had to backed it down. Well, do it a little way a little bit.
Right.
You never know, they can close right back up. The track looked like it got a little bit treacherous that last lap.
Yeah, so it was like, what, 24 seconds that separated Ben Kelly and Stu Baylor, I think, on adjusted time. So Ben Kelly still, he's looking at the possibility of at least a top 4 overall here right now, which I think is going to be the best that he's finished. I think
this year, yeah, he's been leading overalls on first laps and stuff, but I don't think he's pushed as far forward
right
as being on the podium at the end.
Right.
Yet.
Yeah, I think he's been 5th or further back so far this year. Now, last year, didn't he get on the podium or something like that?
Yeah, a couple times, I believe.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So.
Ironman, I believe he had the overall within reach, but he had the front wheel issue.
Yep, that's right. Forgot all about that. Something we aren't going to forget about is this day very soon, because it's certainly had a lot of interesting points and facts that have taken place here. But Caleb Russell does it, sets the record bar a little bit higher. Win number 57. Of course, we're going to talk with him and the rest of our top finishers here at this Yamaha X Factor GNCC. We continue here on GNCC Live.
Consistent clutch fuel is vital to effective starts or to confidently maneuver around obstacles on the trail. AMSOIL synthetic dirt bike oil was subjected to an extreme simulated start test. After 32 simulated race starts, AMSOIL synthetic dirt bike oil continued to deliver consistent clutch feel, and the clutch plates remain clean with no visible wear. The competitor's oil, however, allowed discoloration and significant wear after just 16 starts. AMSOIL synthetic dirt bike oil. Give your bike the protection it needs.
Speed has its price. Fortunately, it's super affordable. The Specialized Speed into Spring Sale with up to 40% off March 15th through 31st. The faster you visit your local Specialized dealer, the faster you ride.
The all-new Yamaha Wolverine X2. Woo! With a compact chassis perfect for exploring tight technical terrain. An ultra-quiet and smooth 850 class twin-cylinder engine. And next-level versatility with a 600-pound dumping cargo bed. No other side-by-side delivers this level of proven off-road performance. The all-new Wolverine X2 from Yamaha.
And welcome back to GNCC Live. And, of course, this Yamaha X Factor GNCC as we go down to the winner's circle with Johnny Gallagher and Caleb Russell.
Thanks, Rodney. We're here with today's winner, Caleb Russell. Caleb, win number 57 per Rodney. 3 on the season for you. And, you know, for the most part of the race today, you made this one look kind of easy. You got out to a good start. You were second place off the start. And you put in a good push early. Were able to open up a gap. And, well, hell, why don't you tell us about how it went for you?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I knew the start was going to be crucial because all those fields, you couldn't really pass in those fields because it was just train track from the quads yesterday. And So I knew I just wanted to be in the woods, try to be in the woods or be leading by the time we got to the woods. And Ricky Russell was in front of me, and I made a quick pass on him. And I felt really good with the track today. I knew it was going to be real rough, and I've been riding a lot of moto lately here. And it turned out to be that style of track. And like I said, I've been excelling at some motocross stuff right now. And I just sprinted early and just rode my own race and did my thing. And it was tough because once we got in the lappers really quick because the track was so short and so rough that we were just going so much faster. And we got those guys quick, and it was just really tough because the lines come together here and there. And I think I only had maybe like 1 or 2 clean laps where I didn't fall down. And I'm sure you got a couple on camera because it was a brutal track, and just one little minute miscalculation and you're on the ground. So there the last couple, second to last lap, I fell in the FMF PowerPoint, watered out my gloves, and I seen I still had a minute, so I just, that last lap, I just trail rode, and they don't pay me any extra money to win by a minute, so whatever.
So you were able to get that lead. You got about a 40-second gap early. You stretched it out to about 1:20, and then there at the end you said you had that issue. We got to see you laying in the creek there. We caught the tail end of it, you picking it up. Any sense of urgency at that point, or did you kind of feel like you had it in hand? And with obviously about a lap and a half left, that's a long time to ride with wet gloves.
Yeah, there was a little bit of sense of urgency there just because, like I said, I watered out my gloves, and it's really tough to hold on when you do that. And I was like, just one little tree root wrong, like your bars can just slip out of your hand super easy, and I just had to be mindful of that for the next like 10 minutes or so because they're still wet, but they were muddy too, and they came back around there. And but yeah, I was just, like I said, just cruise control there in the last lap, no reason to push, and just enjoying the track. It was really fun. I soaked it all in that last lap, and I like this place.
All right, so there you go. 2 wins in a row here at the X Factor for Caleb Russell. His 3rd win of 2019, and getting the job done today. And we're back to you, Rodney.
All right, thanks a lot. Congratulations on win number 57, Caleb. And watching some of the results, this will be checking in with Thad Duvall and Josh Toth in just a few moments. But watching that 4th and 5th place position finish overall, Stu Baylor checking in 4th place. Ben Kelly also checking in. And we do the elapsed time. What was it? 17 seconds. Yeah. 17 seconds is the difference that you see between Ben Kelly and Stu Baylor. Baylor does maintain the 4th place overall position. And, of course, 5th place to Ben Kelly. Let's head back down to Johnny Gallagher in the winner's circle.
All right, folks, here we are today with our X Factor 2nd place finisher, Rockstar Energy Husqvarna's Thad Duvall. Thad, a great finish for you in 2nd place. I'm sure you'll feel otherwise about it, but kind of an up-and-down day. You never really were in touch with Caleb at the beginning of the race. He was able to gap out on you a little bit, and then you put in some good charges throughout the day, and there was some. We didn't necessarily see it in live scoring, but there was about half of the track where you were considerably faster and making up time, and then the other half he was faster at the end. You were really able to pour down and bring that gap down. Tell us about how it went from your perspective.
Yeah, I didn't get the greatest start and got in the 2nd, and I kept looking ahead, and I didn't see him. I'm like, holy crap, and I could see tire marks. I knew I was in 2nd, and I came around. It was like 30 seconds. I'm like, holy crap, it's crazy. So, just about the time I would make up time, I'd crash and lose time, and just kind of back and forth all day, and then just, tried to pour it on at the end, but it was just too late. I knew he was probably on cruise control, just trying to bring it in and stuff. But, I rode as hard as I could. I felt like I rode good all day, just a little off at the beginning, and just go home and work on a few things and come back for the jump in.
How hard was this X Factor track today? Obviously, you won the Mutter here, the Quagmire in 2017. You got to take that big rack home. I'm sure you wanted to repeat that today. But I tell you what, this track looked deceivingly difficult. We saw you on the last lap in the very same creek where Caleb was laying on the ground. You didn't quite go over, but you were down. You had the handlebars in the dirt. You had to pick the bike back up. Were there sections of this racetrack that were just really kind of keeping you on your toes?
Yeah, it was super gnarly because the speed was higher. So then there was like a bunch of ruts, and you'd be flying, all of a sudden you drop into like a 2-foot rut, and it was just like hold on for dear life. So yeah, the track was super technical and gnarly, and I really enjoyed it. Just it made for a long day for sure.
Well, a long day of racing, but 7 seconds was a gap at the end, folks. Thad Duvall put in a heck of a push, came up just that short, but a great ride for him, and that's back to you, Rodney.
All right, thanks a lot, Johnny. As we continue to watch the results as they unfold, Ricky Russell is checked in 6th place. Grant Baylor in 7th place. I think that might have switched up because Grant had gotten around Ricky, if memory serves me correct, or was about to anyway. And as we look at that one, there was 51 seconds that separated them at the very end. Still Grant turning a little faster. Yeah, Grant was just closing the gap, just couldn't make it happen. pulled to within 51 seconds, turned about a 5-second faster lap that last time around. Still waiting and watching on the Craig DeLong, Andrew DeLong, Austin Lee battle, the final 3 for the top 10 in this overall. Pretty exciting stuff going on there as the brothers DeLong battling against each other on the clock, so to speak, as well Austin Lee back there in the mix of that physically. Only a couple minutes back now from Craig DeLong, so it really bears down between those two. We'll keep an eye on that, but right now let's go down and hear from our rookie Josh Toth, who made his first podium.
All right, Rodney, you said it, the XC1 rookie. You've been on the overall podium before, but this is your first time on an XC1 and overall podium. Josh Toth, 3rd place on the day, and man, it's your day, so I'm just going to let you tell us all about it.
Yeah, I'm so stoked. I really needed that, and I came in just refreshed this week, and knew I had to just ride my own race and focus on that, and the conditions were really gnarly. And luckily I got off to a great start and was in 3rd place, I think from the first corner, and mixed it up with a couple different guys, but I was in 3rd place pretty much the whole day, and rode with Ricky Russell and a few others throughout the beginning, and then just we all kind of got separated and found our own grooves, and I just rode my own race, and I never saw anybody.
So tell us a little bit about that. Obviously a disappointing day 3 weeks ago in South Carolina, having to pull out of the race early after hitting your head pretty hard. What is it that you're able to do these last 3 weeks that made the difference between, early in the season you were a 5-6 place guy, battling there, riding very well, but today you came out, looked strong all day, looked focused. What was the difference for you today, Josh?
Yeah, I think it wasn't good to obviously let that last race go by, but the last few weeks I had some time to just reflect and rest my head and just get refreshed and be excited to get back on my bike. So I think mentally that was the biggest difference coming out here, and I was like, I'm just going to have fun and just have fun riding my dirt bike, and that's what I did.
Well, there you go, folks. The key for Josh Toth was rest and rejuvenation. The refreshed man himself up here in the 3rd place overall podium today at the X Factor GNCC. Back to you, Rodney.
All right, thanks a lot, Johnny, and congratulations again to Josh Toth on an excellent ride and his first of what I'm sure many podiums as an XC1 Pro Class rider. We could be setting a little bit of a standard. There for Josh, and once he finds an area like this, he doesn't usually like to relinquish it and fall back. So be looking for Josh Toth to be a factor for the podiums in the future, that's for sure. We'll be talking with Ben Kelly here in just a few moments. A phenomenal ride by that rider. He finishes 5th place overall. Obviously a good push for him on the last couple of laps there, tightening up that overall battle between he and Stu Baylor, but just not enough. As we continue to watch while we wait on Ben Kelly to make his way there to Johnny, Craig DeLong and Andrew DeLong have checked in. Craig DeLong, who takes 2nd in the XC2 Pro class, finishes 8th overall. Andrew DeLong will take 9th overall, which I think will put him 7th in the Pro class. So a great finish there for that Phoenix Honda rider, as well as he gets a solid top 10, and looks like Austin Lee likely will round out that top 10. Let's head on down to Johnny G once again with Ben Kelly.
All right, folks, we're here with Ben Kelly, today's XC2 Pro Lights winner and 5th place overall, only 8 seconds off of Stu Baylor for 4th. Heck of a last lap charge. And Ben, here's the important part. 5 for 5 in 2019, keeping the dream alive. We're not going to say the word. We're not going to talk about it, but 5 wins in 5 races. This has been a heck of a start to the 2019 season for you. Tell us a little bit about how the X Factor GNCC went for you.
Yeah, it was a good day. I had a really good jump off the start and drove it in there, and got to the first corner first, but some guys snuck under me, but then I was, like 3rd coming around the 3rd corner, but one of the guys went down in front of me, and I had to go off the track, so I got past and was kind of mid-pack, and it took me 2 laps to work through the field, but did that and then just rode my own race. Track was fun, had some gnarly ruts, and then tried to put in a charge that last lap and get within a minute of Stu, and unfortunately, there was a guy down on the FMF PowerPoint, and I couldn't make it. I had to go around, but it's all good. Another win in XC2, and I'm stoked.
We saw that you actually had Stu a few laps earlier. You had him down to 11 seconds. So it was 17 at scoring, and we counted out on the track. You had him down to 11. And then there was some time lost. It looked like he put in a recharge. Did you get a pit board and go back after him?
Yeah, I saw that he was over a minute, and I just put a charge in that last to try to get him. But, just couldn't get it done.
Well, again, the focus today is winning XC2. You did a great job of that win on the season, and coming back for win number 6 in another 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. There we go. Ben Kelly, your XC2 Pro Lights winner.
What an amazing ride by that rider today as we Saw a lot of determination, a lot of grit out of these GNCC faithful for sure. As we check in, Austin Lee has checked in with 10th place overall. Here's a good one for you, Johnny Gallagher. Trevor Bollinger actually finishing 11th overall on the day after falling so far back. I think we had him calculated well into the 50s after. And, of course, pretty impressive stuff. Congratulations to Trevor for pushing back to 11th. And congratulations to our next rider down with Johnny Gallagher, talking about Jesse Ansley from the FMF XC3 125 Pro-Am class.
Here we are, folks. Your FMF XC3 125 Pro-Am class winner, Jesse Ansley. Jesse, you kind of made this one look a little bit easy today. It's been a battle for you guys. You and Cody Barnes have been back and forth these last several races. Today, you were able to get a good start. You grabbed that hole shot. You put the all 1 horsepower that you have to the ground, and you trucked this thing and did a great job, ending up, I believe, in the 16th place overall position and winning. Obviously, your goal is to win that XC3 class. Got it done today. How'd it go for you?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I was definitely fortunate enough that Cody ran into a problem during the race, so that created a huge gap between us. But yeah, I got up to another hole shot, and I knew like the first lap was really crucial. I've been really working hard on that, so I ended up getting like a 30-second gap on the first lap, and I was really pumped on that. And second lap, I ended up crashing really hard, and I thought I broke my knee brace, and my boots came unbuckled and everything, so I was like strapping them back on, and then I saw he caught me a little bit, but I ended up was pulling away from him again, and then they kept giving me plus a minute, plus 2 minutes, and so then I just started really focusing on the overall. But the track was really fun. It's completely different than Florida, but it was so much fun. I honestly did not want to stop.
Well, there you go, folks. After 3+ hours of racing, Jesse Ansley didn't even want to pull off the track. He gets the win today in our FMF XC3 Pro-Am class, getting the job done again, I think, with the 16th place overall. So a great finish for you today, and we'll see you again in 2 weeks, Jesse.
Thank you.
That's right, Jesse Ansley, 16th place overall and even a lap down, believe it or not. Able to take that top 20 position. Pretty impressive. As we take a look at our unofficial Rocky Mountain ATVMC results, it's Caleb Russell, Thad Duvall, Josh Toth, 1, 2, and 3. We'll see them on the winner's podium there for locally here for the tracks. Stu Baylor in 4th, Ben Kelly, winner of the XC2 class. 5th overall, Ricky Russell, 6th, Grant Baylor, 7th, Craig DeLong, 2nd in XC2, and 8th overall, Andrew DeLong, 9th overall, Austin Lee, 3rd place in the XC2, and 10th place overall. A good showing by a lot of guys today. We saw a lot of great things today, I think, DQ, and to me, it only makes it more exciting for what the future holds, because we saw a lot of glimpses today that could bring some pretty exciting things as we approach this halfway point of the 2019 season. Well, that's going to do it for us today, folks. We want to say thanks for tuning in. Want to say thanks again to the track crew for doing such a great job, and all the folks here at X Factor Whitetails in Peru, Indiana. And on behalf of us all here at Racer TV, I'm Rodney Tomlin saying good day, everybody.